When
Yeah.
any song goes into a sax solo with that first note is just like, whee! It's like, dude,
absolutely.
you have just hit it. It is such a great instrument.
My son plays. He's pretty good. So maybe you guys can be in a band together,
There you
Preston.
go.
But I was looking to buy him one because we've rented for school.
Expensive,
Oh
right?
my dear God!
Very expensive.
And like Steve, you can end up spending pretty quickly and pretty easily 8, 9, 10 grand.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it.
And
I
they're
love
beautiful instruments.
They are, and meticulously put together, and obviously there's a lot of craftsmanship involved. Preston and I, for the longest time, I had a big jazz period in my life, and John Coltrane, and fusion jazz, David Sanborn,
those guys
Tom
are unbelievable.
Scott. These guys are just amazing.
There's a song, and what made me think of it the other day is why I want to play with a sax player is a song, believe it or not, of Huey Lewis and the News. They had a great sax player. Called Hip to Be Square. Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
And when it goes into the, there's a sax solo in that, and it's just like, boom, man.
Who's the saxophonist who's a legendary saxophonist, and he did the iconic Baker Street sax?
We talked about him because he passed. Did he pass?
I
away
thought he
not
just
that long
passed
ago?
away recently. Yeah.
I think he might also be the guy who plays sax on. It was a Foreigner song. It has a really big sax solo in it as well. Might be the same guy. But I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. Unfortunately, there's some people that
We can only give you so much information.
fly on the radar.
Raphael Ravenscroft.
There we go.
And he's
From Harry Potter.
well, he was in Hufflepuff,
And then he became a Ravenclaw, obviously.
he bounced.
He's like, it's in my name!
He was.
He would stay with Hagrid when he was in town.
he passed away in 2014.
Okay, so
Oh,
just
man.
recently.
Moments.
No, then maybe I'm thinking of the other person who played with
Man, you know where he's from?
Solo and Foreigner.
Stoke-on-Trent, where we had that listener.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's-
just the other day we had an email from a listener from upon Trent.
And I I think Lemmy is from there,
Stoke-on-Trent.
too.
Lemmy, yes, you're
Yeah.
right.
So
Wow.
a lot of Stoke-on-Trent connections here on the Preston and Steve show.
You know, it's all.
It all
part of
goes
that.
back to Jerry Rafferty and Baker
Yeah,
Street.
That's right.
All right. Anyway,
That was our stupid question.
That was our stupid question. Now we're on to the entertainment news. All right. Hayden Panettiere revealed to People magazine that she struggled with an alcohol and opioid addiction that began when she first was offered, quote, happy pills before walking red carpets at the age of 15.
Oh, my God.
She told the outlet that they were to make me peppy during interviews. I had no idea that this was not an appropriate thing or what door that would open for me when it came to my addiction. The 32-year-old said that although she managed to quit drinking while she was pregnant, she turned to alcohol to help her through her postpartum depression after 7-year-old Kaya was born. She said, I never had the feeling that I wanted to harm my child, but I didn't want to spend any time with her. There was just this gray color in my life. In 2018, the year that Nashville, the show, came to an end, she said she did the hardest thing I ever had to do, and she sent Kaya to live with her father, Vladimir Klitschko, in Ukraine. And apparently sometime after that, she ended up in the hospital with jaundice.
Yeah, I remember this.
And was warned that her liver could give out. Now, what it doesn't say in the story is if that was exclusively because of her drinking or not.
Right.
But also the pills, there are pills that can cause liver problems too.
Absolutely. So, the first time I remember seeing her was on the show Heroes.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that prior to that, she'd been given these pills. If you watch any story that exposed a lot of the scandal of early Hollywood, and specifically the Judy Garland story, it was routine to give young actors and actresses the movie company would give out pills. Judy Garland was given pills all the time by the movie company.
Give them amphetamines and things like that.
Hers were to suppress her appetite too. Judy Garland.
Lose weight.
The actress went to rehab for 8 months and credits her stay for giving her the tools to get over the hump of her addiction. So she has managed to pull through, which
And
is
she's
awesome.
going to be in the new Scream movie. She actually called up the producers, and she kind of stated her case. And they said, yeah, because she was a character in one of the other Scream movies, and they're going to bring her back.
The husband of rapper Nicki Minaj was sentenced Wednesday to a year of home confinement for failing to register as a sex offender. Kenneth Petty is his name. He was also sentenced to 3 years probation and fined $55,000. He pleaded guilty in September to one count of failure to register as a sex offender. He was required to register after being convicted of first-degree attempted rape in New York in 1995. He was 16 years old at the time. Petty moved to California in July 2019, and during a traffic stop in Beverly Hills, authorities learned that he had not registered, and he was indicted in March of 2020. Prosecutors had argued for prison time, writing in a June sentencing position that he should be sentenced to 15 months in prison. He had served nearly 4 years in prison after the New York attempted rape conviction, so he did his time.
Right.
But you were supposed to register as a sex offender, and he didn't do that. Nicki Minaj revealed in an October 2019 Instagram post that she and Petty had married. So he's going to have to face home confinement for a year now. Johnny Depp has donated some of the proceeds from his recent NFT sale to a charity with links to Amber Heard. It's reported that the actor's
You're going to get back together.
NFT community, which is Never Fear Truth, recently pulled in $800,000 in donations. The revenue was split between the Perth Children's Hospital Foundation, the Great Ormond Street Hospital Children's Charity, the Footprint Coalition, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Amber, it's Johnny. I was just thinking about you. I was looking at the stain on the mattress. I miss you, babe.
Heard promised the latter organization half of her $7 million divorce settlement in 2016 and still hasn't paid up. But I don't know what the story doesn't say what the exact ties
There's a
are.
hole in my heart where your turds used to be.
Oh, my God. So this is interesting. Elon Musk quietly had twins with one of his top executives, someone named Siobhan Zillis, last November, weeks before he welcomed a second child with singer Grimes.
No.
Yeah, it was reported yesterday.
Man, his sperm's flying all over the place.
Business Insider reported that the court documents show this, and Zillis and Musk filed a petition in April to change the twins' names to, quote, have their father's last name and contain their mother's last name as part of their middle name. Musk now has 9 known children, 2 with Zillis, 2 with Grimes, and 5 with his ex-wife.
How come you have all these kids and you haven't named one Jovan?
Jovan Musk.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a great idea. The 36-year-old Zillis is Director of Operations and Special Projects at Musk's brain machine interface company Neuralink, and she's been floated as one of the people that Musk could tap to run Twitter if and when his $44 billion acquisition goes through. So they knocked out a couple of kids together.
I mean,
recently.
look at all this guy's doing, and he's still doing. He's got all this going on the side.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my day's pretty packed, but that's a little too much.
You can always put aside 3 minutes for sex.
Right? Yeah.
All right, so now that Michelle Young and Nate Alakoya have broken up, what will the Bachelor Nation couple do with the $200,000 check they received for a down payment on a house?
Oh, they need to return it, obviously.
Young said, that was money that was gifted to both of us.
I want it.
And I think that's something that is going to be decided how that's going to be utilized going forward.
I love money.
She suggested that she'd like it to be used for a good cause. The Bachelorette.
I want NFT.
You want NFT?
Yeah.
The Bachelorette added, I've been crying.
No effing trouble.
I've been crying on the phone with one of the producers and
It's okay, babe.
And can I give this money?
What?
Can I create this to give the money to somebody else?
Oh, my God. Can I get this money?
It's something that I feel good about.
What?
I know that's been the million.
Who is this?
I know that's been the $1 million question.
Oh my God!
No pun intended, but yeah, it's been a lot.
So what if they do break the?
Okay.
What are the rules as far as?
Do you have to spend this on a home?
Right.
If we give you this money, this legally it has to go to a certain.
I want a home with you.
I don't know.
I want to buy a home.
They got
One
met
of those tiny homes.
and engaged during season 18 of The Bachelorette, but split 6 months later. So
I will love you forever or 6 months.
they got to figure out what to do with the $200,000.
These were 2 of the blandest people you've ever seen on television, and that's saying a lot.
Bland.
Just bland.
Emma Corrin recently revealed preferred pronouns in a new interview with Vogue. So I didn't know who Emma was, but Emma played Princess Diana on Netflix's The Crown.
Oh, yeah. She was very good. Very good.
They're going to do somebody else in the next aged up. I don't know when the next
John Madden.
season of The Crown. John Madden is good. No, he died. Unfortunately, he was cast, but he passed away.
I never
before
loved Charles.
they were able to film. But Corinne said, I feel much more seen when I'm referred to as they, but my closest friends, they will call me she, and I don't mind because I know they know me. The actor continued, in my mind, gender isn't just something that feels fixed, and I don't know if it will ever be. There might always be some fluidity there for me. As for dating life, Corinne told the outlet that they don't place limits on who they're attracted to, saying, I like people. That sounds like a Bachelor thing.
I like people.
I like people.
I like gum.
Yeah. So,
Money's good.
what about? Would you buy gum with money?
I would buy so much gum with money.
It's like the kid buying Cracker Jacks in the commercial. He's taking out the or Spicoli buying food at the
Right.
You know,
Got the $1.27,
Yep.
28.
So Corinne,
That's a lot of gum.
So Corinne prefers the they/them pronouns.
Good to know.
Ojai, California is.
hi California.
Ojai. No, it's Ojai. It is a beautiful area of California.
Hi, Mike.
If you've ever been there, I'm sorry.
It's hi California. That's where I live.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I made some ambrosia for you.
But Anson Williams, who played Potsy on Happy Days, is running. He announced his candidacy for the mayoral seat of Ojai, California.
It is conceivable that that blood pumping song will be the new presidential anthem when he becomes elected.
Of Ojai, California?
Oh, when he becomes president of the United States.
Ojai pumps your blood. So... Ojai pumps your blood. That could work.
The right atriums where the process begins.
I mean, I love this episode.
The heart through the tricuspid valve.
I just
You're
thought
the
I'd say
only
that.
one.
No, stop it.
Artery and lungs. Once
Is it because of the song?
Yeah.
Oxide opens up its oxygen supply. Then it's back to the heart.
How could you not elect him as mayor?
So the reason for the song is that the only smarts that Potsy had was music because he was a singer
And a terrible singer.
and he had a decent
really
voice.
good voice.
So the only way he could remember things for his this test, he had to take this anatomy test, was to write a song about it.
And that's how he did it. He passed the test. Listen, this is not the first time. Like Fred Grandy from the Love Boat.
Well, I have a list actually
Yeah.
here, Steve, if you like.
Yeah, please.
So President Ronald Reagan.
That's right.
The actor.
I was in a number of films, and it wasn't on Happy Days, though.
No.
I was supposed to play Leather Tuscadero's dry cleaner.
You lost that part, huh?
I lost it.
Can I get a sit on it? Because everybody.
Sit on it, Potsy.
There you go.
I still got it. Hey.
Oh, you're doing all the catchphrases.
Hey, by the way,
Hey, bucko.
Hey, bucko.
what were you, when they said sit on it? Sit on what?
Their genitals.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Yeah.
Sit on
Their
my-
erect genitals. That's what I assumed.
I'm sorry. What?
Their aroused genitals. Sit on it. You got a short window here. I'm in my 70s.
Yeah, Casey. It was a roundabout way
Yeah.
to say that.
Wow.
Without being vulgar. That's why it seemed so
Yeah.
edgy at the time. So you had sit on
Nibble
it.
on my bag. That was my catchphrase.
Hey, Mr. C.
Yeah.
Nibble on my
Why don't
bag.
you grab a quick nibble on my bag?
Oh, dear.
Hey.
All right, Casey, go through all the catchphrases from the cast members.
I still got it as Ralph Mouth.
Yeah.
Sit on it.
Everybody said that.
Yeah, everybody said
But it was usually sit on it, Potsy.
Potsy, yeah.
A.
Right.
Whoa.
Whoa. All right. What about Big Al?
Big Yep.
Yep.
I knew it.
Mr. C had a, did he have a,
Wow.
Wait, who was
I'm
Wow
sure
Wow
he did.
Wow?
Oh, that was
Chachi.
That was
Chachi.
Chachi.
Erin Moran was Joni would be sit on it as well.
Yep. Mr. C had to have had one.
Nibble my bag.
Nibble my bag.
Both he
All
and Reagan used that.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway,
catchphrases.
Potsy's running for mayor. And he will be running against Ojai's current mayor, Betsy Sticks. Other candidates have
Betsy Sticks?
until mid-July to enter the race.
Wasn't there a character on Happy Days named Sticks?
I don't know.
Remember, he was the black drummer, and they were going to have a welcome Hawaii to the Union Party, and people weren't going to attend because they were racist.
Oh,
until
really?
Fonzie stood up.
Was that a one-off episode character? Sticks?
1 or 2 episodes.
There's a couple episodes,
Yeah.
maybe? Okay.
Yes. You know who know that? Craig Lagans.
Although Williams announced his candidacy to the Ojai community, has yet to announce it via social media, but Henry Winkler has endorsed his old pal, quote, retweeting a speculating tweet with, "You have my vote." And following the 1984 conclusion of Happy Days, Williams went on to act, produce, and direct many shows and films, including Star Trek Voyager, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Melrose Place, Beverly Hills 90210, and several others.
There we go. Preston, it's up on the screen. The life and death of John Bailey, who portrayed Sticks.
Oh, he was a drummer for Richie's band.
Right.
In 2 episodes. There you go.
2 episodes.
Okay. By the way, not only would he join the company of other actors besides President Ronald Reagan.
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Nibble my
Nibble
bag.
my bag.
Yes. But also Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor of California.
Why did you sit on it?
And Sonny Bono
Up
was
your nose with the rubber hose.
the mayor of... Wrong show.
Oh.
That was Welcome
It's
Back, Kotter.
Welcome Back, Kotter.
Palm Springs Mayor Sonny Bono, and of course, Clint Eastwood was the mayor of Carmel.
Carmel. Isn't that
California.
wild? The mayor of Carmel was Clint Eastwood for a while.
I was actually there when he was the mayor. I went to visit my uncle.
Did you ever see him puttering around?
I didn't see him anywhere. We were hoping so. We went to a place that he liked called the Hog's Breath, hoping that maybe we would see him.
I'd like your vote. Do you have any babies you need kissed?
Alas, we did not see Clint Eastwood
to interrupt,
while we were there.
but I'd like your vote now. It's not election day.
Just sit down. Have a Shirley Temple.
Sit on it. I still got it.
All right. Let's see what else we can get into. How about this?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. Bam Margera was filmed partying during his escape from Florida rehab.
Wait, did they get him back again?
This is another time he escaped again.
Yes, but he's now back. So the Jackass star hit a bar in Pompano Beach after leaving the treatment center on June 25th. From there, he went to the hospital to treat an injured wrist. He went to a strip club and a friend's house where he appeared to be unconscious. He eventually returned to rehab a couple of days later. So apparently this was, he may have broken his sobriety, they're saying.
Well, and he's court ordered, right? So he had to go
Yeah.
back. But,
Yep.
this is just so
I
sad.
know. Got to get it together. It's tough. Let's see. This is a sweet story. Julie Andrews revealed in a recent interview with Vanity Fair that her on-screen granddaughter, Anne Hathaway, is like family. The 86-year-old actress recalled working with Hathaway in the 2001 film The Princess Diaries and said, "It was great fun to watch her growing and learning, and I think that I probably was a bit of a mum to her, too." And she said they are great friends.
I like to think
that's
that.
nice to
I
know.
like their chemistry in those movies.
I loved it. Yeah.
They were fun movies.
They were cute
Did you like
movies.
those movies, or was your hatred of her so much that you couldn't stand them, Kathy?
No, I liked it.
Okay.
Britney Spears shared a bit of her tropical honeymoon by posting a video of herself rolling in the ocean and walking on the beach wearing nothing but bikini bottoms. She likes to be naked a
She
lot
really,
these days.
really does.
Yeah. One video she posted showed her dancing on a boat as it races across the ocean, all while loving on her new husband, Sam Ashgari.
Leave Brittany alone!
She said that she had been watching her favorite movie starring Matthew McConaughey and was playing the role of How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. And she said, "Am I obnoxious enough? Do you guys think it's real?" So I guess that's from the movie. I don't know. And so she's been rolling around on the beach topless.
Hey, Sam Asghari is in that new Mel Gibson movie that received 0% on
no
RottenTomatoes.com.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So good for him.
Yeah, right? Good for you. How about this? Baywatch actress Carmen Electra joined OnlyFans in May and says recently how much she enjoys the platform. She said, what I realized is that OnlyFans is a safe place
It is a safe place.
where you can be your own creator.
When I want to show my taint, that's where I go.
She said that the website allows her to be, quote, her own creative director, my own stylist, my own visionary.
I'm going to do this shot in my bathroom.
She said there's no one telling you what to do. I'm my own boss. Isn't that the way social media pretty much is?
Well, it's funny because they, again, if you've ever seen, and this documentary's got to be about a year and a half, maybe 2 years old, about OnlyFans. At that point, Preston, you had people raking in cash for building up a fan base, with limited, obviously, a Ring camera, and they go on a couple of times a day. They do a little bit of promotion, and they're off and running. It was amazing.
Yep. TMZ reports cheer star Jerry Harris has been sentenced to 12 years in prison in his child pornography case.
Anybody watch Cheer?
No.
I've seen a little bit of it. Rochelle was watching it for a little while, and it would be on, and I'd catch a little bit of it. And
do you remember seeing this guy on the show?
Yes, I remember seeing him. I remember seeing the story, and then Rochelle was watching the show one day, and I'm like, which one? He's like, that's him right there. And so she pointed him out to me a couple of times. But yeah, it's pretty wild there. It's an interesting subculture,
right?
The competitive cheer community, and to some people, they're like really big stars, So the 22-year-old former cheerleader pleaded guilty to one count of receipt of child pornography and one count of traveling with the intent to engage in illicit sexual conduct. So 12 years in prison.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Ryder Strong revealed Tuesday that he didn't like being associated with Boy Meets World when he was younger. I don't know who he was on Boy Meets World.
Ryder Strong.
I only remember the main character who is Fred Savage's brother.
Ben Savage,
and Topanga.
Oh God, what is her name?
Rochelle.
Fisher. And then the teacher. The teacher was the voice of Kit. What's his name?
William Daniels.
William Daniels.
Mr. Feeney?
Yeah.
So the actor said, for years in my mid-teens, I didn't watch the show. Whenever we were down from the show, I literally ran away from Los Angeles and buried my head in the sand.
That must have been painful.
He said, I should have just been happier and lived in the moment and been proud of the show and been proud of what we were doing. But instead, I don't know, I had a real chip on my shoulder.
Could you die of asphyxiation if your head was buried in the sand? I assume,
would think
right?
So, yeah.
I mean, terrible way to
Why
go.
would you do
sir,
that?
Have to be careful.
Boy Meets World star found dead with his head in the sand.
Yeah.
Real quick, Preston, why is this a story?
Because it was in the entertainment prep that I got this
Well, I
morning.
mean, like, what, is he doing press for something else? Is he still working?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's in...
He's in the thing with the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in that thing?
Yeah.
With the guy.
He's one of the stars.
I got you.
Coming soon to Epics. The thing with the guy.
I'm sorry. He's going to star in the Anson Williams story.
I didn't know that.
I just saw that. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Hey, Pachi, nibble my bag.
Nibble my.
Hey, Pachi, nibble my bag. Hey.
What was that?
It was nothing.
What was that?
It was supposed to be this.
Where's that effing sound?
Where's that goddamn sound coming? Thank you. Thank you. It became so annoying. They were such big stars. They would walk into the scene. Woo! You'd have to wait for the audience to stop whooping.
Nibble my bag.
Hey,
They'd wait for
Ralph, nibble my bag. Thank you. Thank you. Glad you like it.
He was Nick, he was apparently promoting the Boy Meets World podcast.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Found that. It didn't say that in my little info.
I'm on the 7th episode. It is great.
in my sheet here. I think we should move to the clips now. I had a couple other things, but screw you guys.
Hey, nibble my bag.
Yeah.
That guy liked it. That guy liked it. Where are you from, sir?
Oh, you're working the crowd now?
He's got a big fan right up front here.
Reagan is
Where are
doing
you
crowd
from,
work.
sir?
I'm from Ojai.
Hey, that's where they nibble my bag. Thank you.
The one guy.
I like this guy. Tell me, do they sell adult clothes where you bought that outfit?
What a weird sounding laugh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't know we had all these variety of audience laughter clips. Well, all right, let's do the clips. Here we go. Yeah, please. I can't do it without a drum roll. Blackbird follows Jimmy Keene, a convicted drug dealer who has offered his freedom in exchange for coaxing a confession out of a suspected serial killer. And in this clip, Taron Egerton. Is it Egerton or Egerton?
I don't know.
Taron Egerton
I don't know.
Egger.
He
Explains
played Rocket Man.
why the set made him anxious. Here we go.
They overtake the electrical system of the prison and they're able to control the cells. So when they shut those gates, I can't get out. So you do feel something of the reality of it, particularly if it's a scene where it's lit for the middle of the night, as many of the scenes are in the show. And you do feel a little kind of jolt of anxiety, you know?
I don't give a
Blackbird premieres on Apple TV Plus tomorrow.
He looks very lean for this series. He dropped a lot of weight. There is talk that he might be playing the live-action version of Hercules, based on the animated version of Hercules. You know, Disney's taking all their animated movies and making live-action versions.
Steve, you know what? Looking at him, I wonder if he might be too short, but he could be a decent Bond, you know?
I think he could be. I think he's got the command, but you're right. He might be a little too tiny.
Just a little bit.
Tiny.
All right, next clip. Here we go. Galactic Killer, Gore the God Butcher, interrupts Thor's quest to find inner peace in Marvel Studios' Thor, Love and Thunder. And here Christian Bale finds a unique similarity between playing a villain in Thor and hero in Batman.
There is some confusing sympathy for such a monster as Gore, and certainly some understanding. And likewise, you know, Batman is not such an out-and-out hero as many others. So the two of them do have these raging conflicts within them.
Thor Love in Theaters is in tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, it is Thor's Day. All day long, we are going to have your chance to win this cool prize pack, which I'm going to give away now to caller number 16. It is a Thor's Day prize pack that includes $60 in Fandango codes and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and mini poster.
Nice.
Caller number 16, you will get them, 215-263 WMMR. It's brought to you by Marvel Studios. Thor Love and Thunder in theaters everywhere tomorrow, by the way. So let's get you set up with that. We're going to take a break. Don't forget a couple of guests on the program. Adam Ferrara will be joining us, and Matt McGinnis, who we know from Mystery Science Theater 3000, to talk about Blobfest. So a couple things shaking. We'll be back in a few. Stay with us this morning. The other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you shave,
I think you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video, anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh. What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. we're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right,
Well,
you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone,
like
Kathy.
that?
You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
This
what
is
I'm
like
gonna
a
do.
bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage, too, while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
Shocking.
that's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be...
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
You got, now, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh
right.
my
Video,
God,
he does
Chuck
like-
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing
the size
voice.
of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God.
Oh my
What
God.
are you doing?
Jeez.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my
like it?
God.
You're dying
Oh,
of that.
my God. She poured like an
It's going down-
9 ounces.
it's
It's
going
going
down my
down his neck.
Mix it up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it
glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
The
disgusting.
condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know. Kathy?
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this. or
Right.
anything.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know.
Where-
It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right, so
before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right, so we can get a drum roll, Case?
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not.
I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. No. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands on it.
You're going to take it.
It's got to be
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason... that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
traditionally. A day of service. Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So here...
That ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa! I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's...
Throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out, it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes.
I saw this article this morning, and it was in the Daily Mail. And who was it? Tracy Cox is her name, believe it or not. Yeah, she's like a relationship advice columnist.
Out of England, correct?
Out of England, correct. And I saw this article. So it's, obviously online dating, using apps and all that stuff is very easy to, peruse. But then again, you might be hesitant on that type of thing.
You want to do it old school.
She had come up with some ideas on how and where to meet men if you're, like in your 30s or something like that. That age range is kind of where she's targeting. But out in the real world.
Yes.
Like some good places and what to do. And I was like, okay, I'll take a look at this. And there's some good practical advice here. But it goes on to later on describe, and I'll get to it at the end, of how to tell when a man is interested in you. Secret signs that he's ready for sex, which I found very, very fun. But I wanted to go through some of these other things.
Locations where you can meet men.
Yeah.
So we're trying to help out the ladies who are guys.
Well, that's where you messed up, son. You can't go to no bar to find a nice woman. You got to go to a nice place, a quiet place like a library. There's a good woman there.
Church.
And at church is good girls.
Yep.
Or this place here, where I'm going tonight, the Black Awareness Rally, there's going to be some fine women there. Good, clean girls. That's where I'm going.
I love that scene so much.
Great.
Anything that takes place in Mighty Sharp in that shop is just gold. For those who have never seen Coming to America, that's what that's from. So anyhow, where to meet men, she says. All right, so not, and like he says at the beginning of that clip, you can't go to no bar.
Well, you messed up, son. You can't go to no bar to find a nice woman. You got to go to a nice place.
All right, so
a library.
Instead of the bars, here are the suggestions. So exercising, she says, but Pilates, probably not going to turn up too many prospects. So you don't want to go to yoga, Pilates, things like that. If you're interested in meeting a guy, chances are you need to go somewhere else like a gym, boot camp style classes, and running clubs and things like that.
So her suggestion of a boot camp made sense to me. Like in a gym, a lot of times I would think, and Kathy, obviously, and you and Marissa can speak to this more, but I think you're working with other people, you know, whereas at a gym you're on your equipment and you don't want to be bothered.
Yeah, you need some sort of class or like CrossFit. It always seems to be like that family feel, and you get to know people, you become friends with them.
And if you're just starting, you can have a heart attack in public. That's always a benefit.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Kathy, have you ever been hit on or approached in a gym? Because, it's really like, you should never do that if you're a guy. It's just it's rule number one, but it still happens.
I don't know. I don't think he was hitting on me, but actually, he's a listener of the show, and he ended up telling me. And we used to call him Superman because he used to wear a Superman shirt to the gym. He's probably listening now. I don't think he was hitting on me, but he once said to me, he's like, "I'm practically doing flips over there." He's like, "And you're not even looking over at me."
Wow.
But he was like super. He was very fit. He like would do pull-ups and like flip up over the bar.
Right,
and, like, you know. We always like kind of smiled at him because he was like, he drew attention to himself in the gym. And I would do a class with a group of girls. And so we'd be like, Superman's over there.
All right. She also recommends going to your local park. Go to the park. It says post-pandemic.
Go to the park.
Parks are the new cool place to be. But don't just go for a walk. Sit on a bench. Resist the urge to drag out your phone and simply look around you. Make eye contact with anyone you like the look of and stay put. If they like you, they'll find a reason to walk past again within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
So I saw a woman in the park the other day. She had a shopping cart with a lot of what appeared to be her belongings in it. Was she on the prowl?
She might have been, Steve.
She was sending out the vibes to you, bro.
Was I getting hit on?
Yeah. Did she tell you, did she walk up and say, give me $1?
Yeah, I want $1.
But I don't know. Maybe she was interested. Steve, who knows? All right, taking the dog for a walk. So if you have a pet or if you want to borrow one, it gives people the perfect excuse to approach you. And that is actually, guys use that.
It's an icebreaker
as well, most definitely.
What was the Janine Garofalo film that was really
Truth About Cats and Dogs?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I took my dog to, and I didn't realize this, but Cape May has like a little town center walk, and I took Reggie there, and people went crazy for him.
The amount of tail you got was crazy, right?
Well, but you're talking about this, Preston. I think it's weirder and harder for a guy to approach a woman in public.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I don't want to scare you.
If you want these, I think, provide, to Preston's point in the point of the article, these provide you a more viable, unless you're like what they used to classically refer to as a masher. If you're legitimately would like to speak to a woman and start a line of conversation.
Well, here's the thing. These are just the places to go to. Now, your technique that you use.
Like you can't just whip it out.
When you get there is a different story.
Hey, nibble my shack.
Right.
I love this dog.
Nose bag.
Right.
Nibble my bag.
Nibble my bag.
I like sack works too.
It's actually better.
Even better.
Actually, that was Gerald Ford's line.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nibble my bag.
Places you may want to go, ladies, to places where men outnumber women. This is if you're indeed interested in a man, that is. So.
Vasectomy center.
Chances are going to be more men than women there. So she says a local pub rather than the glitzy bar that attracts girls looking, hopefully, out from behind a cocktail. A gym that has a heavy weights section rather than one that targets the yoga crowd, which kind of goes back to that first thing we said.
So you don't want to go to a real meathead gym. If you go to, I think, like a CrossFit or like a lot of women are into now getting into sort of the more powerlifting line for a good exercise. So that might be a good option.
But a pub rather than a meat market bar.
Right.
So I saw this Instagram video not that long ago, and it was advertising Kavanaugh's. And I love Kavanaugh's. This is a great place. But it was for their nightlife, and it was showing off what a cool club it is at night, and they clearly not aimed towards me and in their demographic, but it was people in their 20s, all good looking, all having a really great time, and I was just like, it boggles my mind that anybody ever goes to places like that to meet, and they do. I just don't know how anyone ever is able to actually have a conversation, or if that doesn't matter whatsoever.
There is, and I know completely what you're saying.
I mean, I'm 46,
even then, though, when you want to communicate and it's so loud or so
I've never gotten that.
And that
I used to do that. I mean, it was hard, but I used to totally be in the clubs all the time.
Did you lean in and do the yelling thing?
Yeah, totally.
Man.
You would have to
I like you.
Yeah, you would have to yell. We were doing shots, and I mean, it was a different atmosphere. I mean,
what are you reading these days?
Yeah. That's what we talked about.
I have a dog. It doesn't stink. It's called Blue Emu. It's great for joint pain, but you can't smell it. So William Devane advises we invest in gold.
Advice? Other places?
I use a jitterbug phone because the display is much bigger. Wait, what? The jitterbug! When the grandkids call.
Ladies can go to meet men if you're looking to actually meet in person and not be at a bar where you're screaming like that. She recommends a rally. So you're not going to be waiting long to join one. This weekend, Extinction Rebellion march through central London. Plenty of climate-aware, smiley hippie types out in force if you were looking. So there's always some type of a gathering of types. You can find those. All right, Steve, this one, she actually recommends a hardware store.
A hardware store.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. I've met a lot of great guys at hardware stores. I always have questions.
I've
and I'm
been with Casey. I've told you before. I have been with Casey in a hardware store where he just goes up to random people.
Yeah, they're not random. They're
Explain.
random to you, but
they're people you've never met before that don't work there. They're random
I have
people.
eyed these people up. I have judged them by the way they look. They are not random. I'm like, this guy looks like he can help me out. Right?
Just friends you haven't met
he'll walk
yet.
up and say something like, hey, you look like you know how to build a fence.
Yeah.
How to put in a ceiling fan.
Yeah. Stuff like that. And then he'll ask questions about and strike up a conversation. And that is a great way. And I know you've hooked up with a lot of guys.
A lot of guys that way. I had a guy come over last summer.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was great, man. I love what you did with your tongue, but I'm married. I know you're married. We can't do this.
Don't catch any feelings.
Don't get attached. I'm a loose cannon.
She said they attract lots of men, and you got plenty of excuses to strike up a conversation. Can you help me choose which picture or glue or paint I need?
I can do that for you.
Yes, we all know women are just as good at do-it-yourself, but a bit of pretending won't make you a traitor to feminism.
I had 3 testicles.
No, I'm just looking for a ceiling fan. I could see. So it isn't. Yeah, that could work.
You'd have to hang around all day.
You're like
I've seen
a Home Depot hooker.
I've seen people in hardware stores, and I'm one of those people in hardware stores. You don't want to come up to me and, So anyway, but if you hang out, if you loiter at the hardware store, maybe you got a shot. She also says a coffee shop is a good spot. If you spot someone you like the look of, note the time they arrive for their morning coffee. We are creatures of routine. Turn up the next day and the next at the same time. and make eye contact and smile, and the next thing you know, you're chatting comfortably.
In a cafe, a classic cafe where they have like Wi-Fi, or you might have that sort of situation where you'll see people sitting at their tables, working on things or whatever.
Did you guys ever continue to show up somewhere because you knew somebody was going to be there, or you would hope that somebody would be there?
I'm sure that I have.
An employee.
Oh, yeah. There was a girl.
He's here.
Nah, there was a girl that worked when I was early in my radio career, and she worked at this grocery store. And I would go there. She worked at a counter that served like hot food and stuff like that. So I had a reason to go there because I was hungry. But I would go there specifically to see
Didn't you walk past her with a whole bunch of meats and stuff under your shirt? And
I told her it was a fraternity prank that I was doing.
Nothing for me today, thanks. Yeah, Baskin Robbins, man. That's where the cute girls in high school worked. And so, I mean, a different kind of vibe case, but we would go there all the time. And I had a really cute golden retriever. And so I would take the dog over. None of it ever worked, but I tried.
Right.
I gave it a shot.
You know what? You got to feel bad for the girl that works there that's not interested because she is chained to that location. And has no choice but to.
More free samples, please.
Yeah.
Man, I went to Cali every single Saturday night. No, not Saturday night, Wednesday night. And you would think because it was a cover charge of $5 and then 25-cent drink. Cali. It's not, well, I think RP McMurphy's is now closed. It was across the street from them in Dade Mall. But like I would go there because specifically there was this girl, short blonde hair, who just did not want to give me the time of the day. But
you tried.
I tried.
Yeah. Just by being there.
Just by being there. I think I offered to buy her a drink, 25-cent drink a couple of times.
Hey, 2 bits, no problem.
Here's $1. I'm going to buy you 4 drinks.
Yeah. All right. Another opportunity, ladies, for you to meet men through volunteering. She says, this is according to the author, Tracy Cox is her name. God knows there's plenty of organizations that would welcome your help, and he's likely to be nice as well. Offered to be the person who registers everyone, welcomes them to the event, and you'll meet all potentials. Live music events, and then she goes on to say, like waiting in line somewhere, so on and so on. So anyhow, here you go. Ladies, how do you let them know you're interested?
All right.
And she gives some advice.
How do ladies telegraph that they're interested? And Marissa and Kathy, pay attention. We want these rated.
She said, women are great on picking up subtle body language clues. Men, not so much. So keep it simple and overt.
Okay.
So make it clear. These are 5 body language clues that men recognize most.
So you do you spread your legs and do the hatchet chop?
Oh, my God.
So she says, don't just use one, use them all. So here's one of them. Stand close and face him. That way he can't help but see you. Make lots of eye contact. It's the most obvious flirting signal of all.
Should you rapid fire blink?
No, I don't think so. Make sure that your body language is open. Uncross your arms, relax your shoulders,
Spread your legs.
Turn your torso to face him.
Okay. These are all sort of seductive, or not, if not seductive, inviting.
Yes. There's one on here that I really, that's like, okay.
I don't think they're
definitely interested.
giving you guys enough credit, though. If somebody's making eye contact with you or comes over to talk,
I can tell in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's how I got free French fries from this girl at Burger King in college.
Maybe, but then again, I might be going, I might be wrong. Maybe she's just being nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
So she says, smile directly at him, the know that you want to chat him up. And then this is the one that would do it for me. Look down at the floor, and then up to meet his eyes again.
You're on the radio, aren't you?
That's
I recognize that voice.
Wait, why?
Kathy, you want me to do it?
Williams is running for mayor.
Yeah, I want to know why.
Do it. Because this, all right, this is what I'm envisioning. All right, I'm going to do it to you.
Oh, God, I'm going to be creeped out.
So here we go.
No,
that's it.
Let me take my glasses off. Let me do it again. Hang on. I want the cameras to get this. Should I do it at the camera?
You look up, so Nick Murphy can cover it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Kathy's got a boner.
No, that's too much.
All right.
Stop it.
What's your go-to subtle, inviting look?
Not that.
There's a great scene in the Batman where Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman is walking along.
She's real seductive.
And so, the Batman says, look back at him. She goes, if I look back at him, he's gonna think their connection's gonna take place. All right. And she does it. She turns back, and he's like, he gets up and walks over. Here we go.
Yeah.
Because she knows she's got that.
The look back is definitely that's a big
look. Yes,
like a second look
so
at
like,
that.
so she saw him once as she passes,
as if you're walking.
Yeah.
away.
Right. Oh yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh god. Also, she's Zoe Kravitz. So
I also feel like a subtle touch of the arm.
Yes.
You know,
Well, any kind of contact
with your tongue.
Any kind of contact is definitely gonna.
Ooh, that's wet. Your tongue's wet.
Give me a semi for sure.
So you're saying
too much?
Yeah, a little.
Sort of a demure look down and look up, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Especially if the head stays down and just the eyes come up. And then a little blinky. I keep looking right at her when I do that.
That would be like, for me, that would be like, there's something I don't like about you. Like, I'm checking your whole
Why
body.
don't we leave this place and go find a Ramada?
Not the head tilt. Not that, yes, you got it. But like, if I were to just like eye you from, head to toe, like, wouldn't you think, what is she looking at?
Yeah.
Like elevator eyes up and down that whole thing,
Yeah,
or
like if I went like.
Well, yeah, like that. There's like zero interest in your expression at all.
Cold, dead eyes.
Yeah,
really.
totally.
That
I
alluring.
was smiling. And I
Dear God, this poor woman is brain dead.
Maybe because if I'm looking you head to toe, there is something.
Wait,
wrong.
Preston, real
probably.
quick. Like that moment though, where you feel that connection when they make that look at you, and it doesn't happen often in life, but when it does, there's something very, very palpable about it.
Oh my gosh,
and
yes.
and for me anyway, whenever it's happened, it's a sensation that it's like a York peppermint patty. Like I feel it throughout my entire body, and I'm like, oh my God, I actually have a shot with this person.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I got that look from my wife, from Claire. When we were just the first couple of times we'd encountered each other.
There's that,
and I'm like,
Steve, like there's that double take, right? Like you look at her, and then she looks back at you,
right?
And then you do it again,
right?
And you're like, holy crap, I think she might like me.
We wet.
So like we wet. Is that what you said? So what do you do? All right, let's say you have that connection. What do you do? This is for women. This is advice for women. And she says, make the approach yourself. If he is not coming over to you, make the approach yourself. Walk confidently up to him, smile into his face, and say, well, I figured one of us should make a move after that eye contact.
Oh, yeah. We're in such a cynical time that everything you say just sounds like a line, So you got to be inventive.
A pretty good line I saw was in a movie. What was it called?
Did you fart?
No. I'm sorry. I smelled something all the way over here.
Something horrible. I thought perhaps you farted. I was across the room and I smelled something that kind of like okra.
Oh,
okra.
I thought perhaps you're from New Orleans and farted.
Wow.
That's a really obscure line.
Listen, if you're trying to stand out from everyone else,
She's telling me that she thinks I'm from New Orleans.
you may want to try that.
She thinks I'm from New Orleans.
There was a movie with. Anyway, I forgot who it was. Anyway, so these two people made this eye contact. They kind of show it back and forth, a little smile, and eventually he goes over and says, "Hey, I thought I would just come over and say hello because we had a little connection."
Right,
and he kind of gestured to his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a good line if you did indeed have that little connection. But anyhow,
I mean, your good eye.
She says, how do you start a conversation? Here's tips. And remember, still, I want to eventually get to the secret signs that he's ready for sex because I think you guys are going to like this. So take a deep breath and smile. This part is easier than you think, she says. Don't stress about what to say. 80% of someone's impression of you and the first sentence you utter has virtually nothing to do with what you're saying. It's whether you've said it with passion, a smile, and a friendly look.
That takes the weight off of... don't say something ridiculous or that's going to turn somebody. We realize you're both kind of trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so concentrate on getting that right, she says, and it's just a smile and a friendly
Right.
look mainly is what you want to do.
Smile and a Coke.
And she says the best chat-up line is simply one which is appropriate to the situation you're in and something not too challenging. If you're in a sandwich shop and standing in line next, the best thing since sliced bread, sorry, couldn't resist, you're going to sound like an idiot if you come out with, you look like an angel who's dropped from heaven. Better surely
I like
say...
liverwurst.
Wait, what?
Do you like liverwurst?
Liverwurst?
It's one of my favorite meat products. I suspect the other one is in your pants.
She says...
I'll take a pound of whatever you got between your legs.
You may want to try something like, have you eaten here before? I can't decide between the chicken or tuna.
And then, oh, God.
Yeah.
Do you want some tuna? Anyway, I'm gonna jump ahead.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead because
Get the tuna.
Apparently there are secret signs that he's ready for sex.
Right.
Okay, she says, look for these subtle signs that he's turned on.
He's got a boner.
That he's turned on and ready before you
massive erection.
before you lean in for that first kiss. All right, so here you go. And I would like someone to illustrate these things, okay?
Okay.
And I can do it if you want to, but he's touching his face more than usual. So
You like this?
Yeah. He's like,
so I would say if you're perhaps like you're doing one of these or stroking your chin or prying your eyes wide open with your index fingers and thumbs.
I do this a lot. I rest my my
finger in your nose,
thumb under my chin, and my index finger on the side of my face. Or you're doing that in case the V with your fingers and sticking your tongue out.
He's just touching his face.
That's all he's doing.
Yep.
All right, his eyes appear shiny and moist.
What?
And
they have to be.
And his pupils are large and dilated.
He's on meth.
He's high.
Yes, that's strong.
He has 3 testicles.
I smell lightning.
What? Huh? His eyes are...
Seahorses forever.
His pupils are dilated. When totally aroused, pupils can double in size.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Notice that he's breathing quickly. Yeah.
Okay, so these might find some of these a little troubling.
His sentences are short and half finished. This is clearly an addict that we're talking to. Yeah, they're short and half finished. His hand, thigh, or knee accidentally touches yours. Okay.
So that's an interesting thing. I think that if your legs, if you're sitting side by side, or you're, that gentle touch as they just sort of by happenstance, that's an indicator. And neither side recoils in terror.
She also says to notice if his thighs are tense.
You have very tense thighs.
Now, how do you do
I
that?
couldn't help but notice that your thighs are very tense. They need a deep tissue massage.
I don't
Do you like liverwurst? I do.
I don't know how
I like pimento loaf.
I guess maybe if they're wearing shorts.
I could see in your tight shorts, your thighs are very tense.
Yep.
Do you have a taut scrotum?
Ooh.
I mean wrinkleless.
Does anybody?
Smooth.
Like billiard balls.
All right, you may notice that his lips are red and swollen.
You look like an idiot. You're making out with a pepper?
His lips are red and swollen.
A texter says these are the same symptoms if you have rabies.
And then finally, his nostrils flare.
That's to me, that's an aggressive.
So
you look like a charging bull.
Yeah. So let's sum this up. His pupils are dilated. He's breathing quickly. His lips are red and swollen, and his nostrils flare.
He's using bath salt.
I'm scared.
He's ready to rip your face off.
Why did you take this upstairs?
So, ladies, that's what you have to look forward to when a man is interested.
What do you think is one of the best sort of initial exchange is captured in a movie where I was watching Defending Your Life with Albert Brooks, and the way he's conversing with Meryl Streep in that movie is a very, very organic,
very easy
conversation, very easy going. They're not playing roles; they're just themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Where people just all of a sudden, when you slide into a groove very easily, that you can tell. That doesn't mean that an awkward first meeting is that things are off the table.
No,
Sometimes it can work out that way.
Yeah.
Good Will Hunting was pretty good with Matt Damon and Minnie Driver.
Where did they? Oh yeah.
The meeting at the bar, and I mean he's a genius. But
Matt Damon.
She's into him because of his ability, and then he doesn't go for her right away. You know.
Right. In fact, she comes over to him. That's a great line later on. She's like, "You blew it.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here all night waiting for you to come over here and talk to me."
Yeah.
And she gives him the phone number.
Yeah.
So she made the aggressive move.
He got her number.
Yeah. I got her number.
I like apples.
Yeah.
Do you like liverwurst?
I'm a genius.
What do you mean, hell of a... Do you like liverwurst?
Not particularly.
What's this guy talking about?
He's a genius. Go with it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He may be eccentric.
You like liverwurst?
Yeah.
Smart man.
All right. Well, anyhow, meeting men without actually getting out in the real world and meeting men. These are some tips for ladies or men who are interested in getting out and meeting more people. So just thought I'd share.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in
Pass that info along.
Yeah.
All right. It is there's a hunky man, and it's today's day. Today is his day. It's Thor's Day. And we have your opportunity to win a Thor Love and Thunder prize pack right now. I'll take call number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. You get $60 in Fandango codes and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and a mini poster that comes along to you. And by the way, Thursday is named after Thor. After the Norse god of Thor.
How about that?
Thor's Day is Thursday. So caller number 12, let's get you in there. And the movie opens in theaters everywhere tomorrow. 215-263-WMMR is the number. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And the Bizarre File. And also we're going to talk to Matt McGinnis from Mystery Science Theater 3000 about Blobfest, which is returning live this year in Phoenixville. We'll be right back.
There are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All
that.
right.
You
so
can't
that means,
do that!
But here's the thing. That means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver hair. Look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella, but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a
those.
critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the.
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher. Okay.
Yeah, she's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice. Yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing?
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger, too.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give me some traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these because it's similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there as well.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But they've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. A place where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park, bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
his bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
His
Tom,
face.
Tom
Yeah.
Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh my God! Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why
I was
sometimes
tagging along.
we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, like, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever.
Whatever kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
Okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was yeah. When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever. What can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum. We called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
Anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They could do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've... Yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
Typically, anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes grow in.
You said you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it. I never said that. I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people...
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's, where the grapes are grown.
Yeah. I don't... There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, like master wine tasters. And and I haven't seen it yet, but he said
it's about Somalians.
No, in the scene
Pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it. It has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
It's some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his thigh.
Well, to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop of New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like it gives me a headache.
All right, I got a few stories I'm going to share with you. Let us begin with this one. A former Colorado funeral home owner pleaded guilty to secretly dissecting corpses and selling body parts without consent from mourning relatives.
All right,
Jesus Christ.
Megan Hess, who operated the Sunset...
Where's Gum Gum's head?
Mesa Funeral Home in Montrose, and a human body parts business called Donor Services from the same building.
Can I help you folks?
She admitted in federal court Tuesday to defrauding at least a dozen families who had paid to have their late loved ones cremated.
Was there any sort of asterisk at the bottom might be used for body parts?
Maybe they didn't read the fine print. Instead of cremating the bodies, she harvested heads, spines, arms, and legs and then sold them.
And we passed the savings on to you.
Prosecutors are calling for Hess, who had previously pleaded not guilty, to be sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison. Now, she's been out on bond since her arrest in 2020. Her defense attorney has requested a lighter sentence of 2 years.
Grave robbing is so time-consuming. If only there was an option.
In 2009, Hess and her mother, Shirley Koch, had launched a nonprofit donor service organization called Sunset Mesa Funeral Foundation, a body broker service. Operating out of the funeral home, doing business that would sell body parts to third parties, mostly for surgical training and other educational purposes. The pair charged customers $1,000 or more for cremations that never occurred. To maximize profits, Hess targeted poor and vulnerable families, struggling as they made arrangements in their relatives' final days. She also offered free cremations in exchange for body donation. Many families received ashes mixed with the remains of different cadavers. One client received a concrete mix instead of the remains of their loved ones.
This looks a lot like Quaker Oats.
Hess forged dozens of body donor consent forms federal investigators found, and a former employee accused her of earning $40,000 by extracting and selling the gold teeth of some of the deceased.
How come there are cat turds in this?
As part of the macabre scheme.
Can you imagine that? Yeah.
While it is illegal to sell organs such as hearts, kidneys, and tendons for transplant in the United States, the sale of cadavers and body parts for use in research or education is not regulated by federal law.
Yeah, obviously this, though, is a violation.
Yeah, they're doing it without consent. So,
we forgot to mention that part.
The president of a nationally known rabbit rescue nonprofit has been charged with felony animal cruelty and torture after 47 dead rabbits were found by authorities in a feces-filled barn last week. Police found a chaotic and tragic scene when they arrived to investigate reports of sick and dead rabbits at a barn dubbed the Peace Bunny Cottage.
Yeah, in pieces.
They saw rabbits running loose in the barn, and the smell of death, feces, and urine was overwhelming, according to the complaint.
This is the rabbit version of your first story.
The county attorney, Ron Hocevar, said that this is the first time we've ever seen this type of abuse case where you have a rescue operation that is now doing the opposite. We're deeply troubled by the actions of the defendant in the case.
They became suspicious when he released a Haas and Pfeffer cookbook.
Stephanie Hope Smith, who serves as president of the Peace Bunny Foundation, was allegedly on vacation at the time. She agreed that the animal's current condition was, quote, not appropriate, and said most of the loose bunnies were due to be picked up by another group. Officers assisted by an Animal Humane Society vet returned the next day with a warrant to find hundreds of rabbits of different ages running loose in the open barn area. Many had burrowed holes in the large piles of manure. And 2 rabbits, an adult with a broken back, and a baby infested with maggots were immediately euthanized. But,
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
Beneath plywood floorboards, were many more dead rabbits and body parts in various stages of decomposition. In all, authorities found 47 dead bunnies and 19 bunnies in need of immediate attention. Other rabbits were in cages where almost none had water, or several were without food.
I'm going to say it. This person was not cut out for this line of work.
No, they were not.
Yeah.
So Hocevar said that animal cruelty cases in the county typically involve a common household pet like a dog. The Humane Society is caring for the 200 rabbits found in the barn. Stephanie Smith, who was charged with 3 gross misdemeanors in addition to 2 felonies, will make her first court appearance on August 22nd. Wow.
The sweetest animals. You treat them like that.
All right. This is an interesting story. A wet wipe island the size of 2 tennis courts has formed in the Thames River, causing it, as it flows through London, to change course. Ministers have asked
We're going to redirect Wet Wipe Island.
Ministers.
And we shall join it with Tampon Cove.
God.
In one superstructure made of both handy wipes and Tampax.
Ministers have
reopened for tourists come next July.
Ministers have asked people to stop using wet wipes.
Don't pull the strings.
And the government is considering banning those that contain plastic.
You'll dismantle the island.
Fleur Anderson, a Labour member of Parliament, warned that when flushed down the drains, wet wipes don't disintegrate and instead end up in the Thames,
It's
England's second longest river.
Though don't they suggest they do? That's one of the fallacies. Is that we've had plumbers tell us that a lot of people, believe that those things disintegrate and they don't. Like,
Oh, yeah. And even if it says flushable, you shouldn't flush them.
you shouldn't flush them.
So, Fleur Anderson said there is an island the size of 2 tennis courts, and I've been and stood on it. It's near Hammersmith Bridge in the Thames.
I planted a flag.
And it's a meter deep or more in places of just wet wipes. It's actually changed the course of the Thames. Anderson has proposed banning the manufacture and sale of wet wipes containing plastic, noting that it is unlikely to become law without government backing.
I would imagine it's a clean island, correct?
Well, yes.
Yeah, they're wet wipes.
Of course, yes. Most wet wipes are made from with plastic, which does not break down when flushed. Furthermore, they can break into down into microplastic and damage aquatic life and the Thames ecosystem. But they have an island that's made out of wet wipes in the river. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right. Excited that this event is returning live and in full force in Phoenixville. It's such a cool event, and one that I never have made it to, and I can't again this year. I've got to go sometime.
I agree 1,000%.
Yeah.
And we're proud to have it, but the truth of the matter is I always end up being reminded of it too late.
Yep. Our next guest, from Mystery Science Theater 3000, his appearances here on the show, Mr. Matt McGinnis is joining us to talk about it. Matt, good morning.
Hey. Good morning, everybody. How are you?
We're doing great, man. Nice to have you on again, and nice to hear that
Thank you for having me.
This event, anytime, this event is going to be in full force, Blob Fest. And for those who don't know the history of the Blob and Phoenixville, would you please relay that info, Matt?
Yeah, so in, I guess it was 1957, a little independent studio called Valley Forge Productions made a movie with Steve McQueen, his first motion picture called The Blob. And it was shot in and around the Phoenixville area. And there's a very, very famous scene where a bunch of, American teenagers are going to see the spooky show at a local movie theater. And it's the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, which is still standing. And every second weekend of July, they have Blobfest, where they play the movie. It's a weekend-long event where we do like a reenactment of the scene where everybody runs out of the theater. There's science fiction vendors, decorations, all kinds of things going on all weekend long. It's a family-friendly event, so people of all ages can come to it. And it's just a celebration of the Blob and all kinds of weird B-movie sci-fi goodness.
Which is right in the heart of Mystery Science Theater 3000. And, are there like cosplayers and things like that participate?
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. So we have a costume contest every year, and we actually have people come on Friday night to the Run Out reenactment when there is no costume contest, just to dress up anyway.
Yep.
It's a great way for people to sort of express their creativity and things like that. But yeah, we do have a costume contest on Saturday, and we hope people will come and sign up for that because we love seeing the kind of costumes that people come up with. There's been some really outrageous creative stuff that we've seen in the past. We can't wait to see what people do this year.
Go ahead, Preston.
And I was just saying, any theme to the costume, or just whatever kind of costume you want?
Well, sci-fi stuff is obviously sort of, a given. Like, we did have one year somebody came in full, like, Mothra getup, which was really incredible.
I would find that impressive,
but
yeah.
we also just do, like, horror stuff, too. Like, somebody came in a really ingenious Psycho costume one year where they built like a shower rig around them, and when they pulled a string, an arm with a knife would like slash down on them, and it was really cool.
This is fantastic, and there's, as you said, there's the whole weekend stuff is going on. I am a big fan of the horror and pop culture of this ilk in general, and the original movie, The Blob, is so great, and the legend and lore surrounding it. There is, I was just watching it actually about a month ago. There's a great scene, at the end, they're trapped in the diner and they're down in the basement, and the principal's daughter, his own daughter, is trapped in the building, and they go to the school because they realize the fire extinguishers are cold and it'll repel a thing. But he has to think a second before he picks up a rock and is like, should I break? I don't want to break the glass on the door to save my daughter's life.
Right.
And it takes a second, but the movie is jammed with stuff like that, and it holds up, and it's such a perfect movie, and especially since that's such an iconic scene. We've watched the video time and time again of there are people who get trampled in that scene.
Oh, a woman, yeah,
yeah,
knocked down and run over.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's great. I mean, it's great watching it with an audience, because every time that woman falls, they either are expecting it or they have no idea. But anyway, the audience is always just like, oh, it's always like never fails.
Where do you stand on the remake with Kevin Dillon?
I love it. You know what? It's so funny. I actually just watched it for the first time last weekend because the Colonial Theater was playing it as sort of like a pre-gaming kind of celebration for Blobfest. So I had never seen it before, but I watched it last weekend and I love it. I think it's a different kind of movie, but it's also like the original. It's of its time. Like it's a little dated in like the right ways. But, man, the special effects in that one are really good.
They did a great job. What they had, I mean, on a shoestring budget for the original Blob, they still did some pretty impressive stuff. I remember that, the whole movie, had a good look to it. So what are some of the other things that are going on over the weekend? Because it says that Friday is sold out. So that's the events on Friday. But
so
what else is available?
Friday almost always sells out like in record time. And since this is the first in-person Blobfest we're doing in 2 years, this one I feel like sold out like really quickly because people were just waiting to get back.
Right.
But Friday night is when we have a stage show and we reenact the running out of the theater to kind of kick things off. And then Saturday, we have a street fair outside, which is free to attend. Anybody can come to the street fair. There's vendors, there's food. All the businesses on Bridge Street get involved. They decorate their storefronts and everything. Inside the theater, we have sci-fi double features all day.
Awesome.
In the afternoon, we're pairing the Blob with the original War of the Worlds from 1953.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. At 8 o'clock on Saturday, we're pairing it with a movie called When Worlds Collide, which I haven't seen, and I'm looking forward to seeing.
It has it has movie footage that has been used as stock end of the world footage ever since it was made. It's another George Pal Brian Haskin, I think.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so it's got that same sort of Technicolor look to it. It's got the cheesiness, but it's got some awesome end of the world sequences that are just on that for that time, no CGI. They look fantastic.
I can't wait to see it. I'm a big fan of George Pal. That's going to be awesome. And then Sunday, we are pairing the Blob with a movie called The Man from Planet X. And we're doing a ticket add-on called Edible Cinema, where if you come to that double feature, you get a lunch that's kind of like themed to that double feature. And one of the things that we're including is a Blob cupcake. So we're very excited about that. But there's all kinds of contests and things on Saturday.
Love it.
A couple contests on Friday as well. And it's just this big weekend-long kind of like campy romp that we do in Phoenixville every year.
Excellent. And it's looking like the weather's going to cooperate. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. So no reason
I
for
hope
you
so.
to not head out there. We got to wrap, Matt, but thank you so much. Good luck with everything this weekend. I swear I'm going to be out there
Thank you
one
so
of these
much,
years.
guys.
My
we
pleasure.
would love to have you. Please join us.
Yes, absolutely.
Matt McGinnis, guys. Mystery Science Theater 3000 and the Blobfest tickets available at thecolonialtheater.com is a cool local event to participate in. We need to take a break, but it is Thor's Day, so I want to give away some tickets to see Thor Love and Thunder, and it is actually Fandango tickets you win. $60 in Fandango codes and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and mini poster. We'll take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. Don't forget the movie opens everywhere tomorrow. We will take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Great bottle of bourbon.
That you got?
Yeah, some of them I got,
Yeah.
some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No, ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
Okay.
About that.
And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
Man, that's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. Really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up? It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right,
see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
Yes.
dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I
all
just be-
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard
Yeah.
stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh,
shopping?
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into this into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make
That
T-shirts.
actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They've
We
reported.
always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
about cats.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other... now people are labeling bourbon even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually... There's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania. And it's called Bourbon. I had it. It's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones, Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
It's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I
Yes.
mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to you. It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric.
But first, I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
I don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah.
When Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
You know what I
Beam.
don't
she's
know?
Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
Talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that
taste.
comes out. So anyhow, yeah. So they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that case it again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh yeah, most of the
that has
time.
to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're
The whole 4th of July weekend noticing like a mofo. Eyes fixed on you like a falcon. He sees things you don't even notice.
This is right.
Don't even try.
He's correct.
The noticer's back.
So,
and we're not even going to ask him to wear his mask.
The first thing I noticed actually is something that Steve noticed, and he sent it over to me. So this is a
bank shot, a sub-noticer.
Yeah, sub-noticer.
But I actually sub-noticed something that a TV show I watched noticed.
Oh, okay. So we're 3 times removed.
Right.
Noticing.
I watched a show called Evil, which is in its 3rd season. It is the X-Files meets, all sorts of supernatural and demonic stuff, and it's done in a really insightful way. And so I saw an episode that sparked this whole conversation we're about to have.
So I'll read from this article. It's very interesting. When it comes to human experience, our senses can get us into a whole mess of trouble because they can be so easily fooled or misinterpreted, especially when fear is brought into the mix. And it was fear that gripped the late Vic Tandy, a British engineer and lecturer in information technology, while working one night in a research laboratory of a medical manufacturing company in the 1980s. So the idea that the labs that he worked in might be haunted had already been placed in his head by other staff members, but Tandy chalked it up to the machines that constantly operated in the facility. And then Tandy had the unshakable feeling that someone or something else was in the room with him, although he was quite alone. Something emerged from his peripheral vision, but when he turned to face it, it vanished. When Tandy returned to the lab the next day, he was just so happened to have his fencing sword with him. While polishing it, the sword clamped in a sturdy vise, with it clamped in a vise, he noticed that the blade was vibrating. Now, he surmised that something within the lab must be causing the vibration, and the culprit ended up being a recently installed fan that was vibrating and generating a low-frequency sound known as an infrasound, spelled I-N-F-R-A, sound, infrasound. Now, these sounds, which occur below the threshold of human hearing, were the subject of pain-inducing experiments performed by the Russian-born French scientist Vladimir Gavreau in the 1960s. Neil deGrasse Tyson actually chatted about the phenomenon that arises due to infrasound on a 2011 episode of his radio show. One that was not coincidentally released on Halloween, but was coincidentally titled Spooky Science. But anyhow, Tandy's ghost turned out to be the result of an infrasound with a frequency of around 19 hertz, which resonates with the human eyeball and makes things in your peripheral vision like dust motes appear larger and scarier than they really are.
Isn't that wild?
So it makes your eyes move in a certain way to where things look differently. Tandy then published his findings in the peer-reviewed Journal of the Society for Physical Research, or Psychical Research, okay? And he followed up the paper with a similar one after investigating a reported haunting of a 14th century cellar and finding another case of infrasonic vibrations. So I'll explain this, and then we have some of this to play for you, actually. It says, so what's going on here? Turns out that the infrasonic frequency can affect humans and animals several different ways, causing discomfort, dizziness, blurred vision by vibrating your eyeballs, hyperventilation and fear, possibly leading to panic attacks.
So it promotes fear.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you want to try it for yourself, you can listen to an 18.98 hertz recording on YouTube, but your mileage may vary, it says here. You might experience ghostly visions or maybe even a sense of paralyzing fear, similar to that of a tiger's prey that hears a predator's low-frequency roar just before it pounces. Or you might not experience anything at all. And it says, but it's better safe than sorry. So they say to give this a shot if you want to. There are certain sounds I know that can mess with your hearing, like and make you feel nauseous and things like that. The Steamboat Willie,
right.
When that was first introduced, it made theaters full of people sick because of the way the sound was recorded and played back. And you can still hear it. It's kind of like this vibrating thing. Like when you're in a car and you have one window down and you start getting that thing, like immediately it's like, stop.
Yeah.
This is, it makes you feel bad.
So
Similar thing.
So that's what we're talking. So as I did some research on this, I said, they're making the crux of what's happening in this episode, this thing. I wonder if this is a real thing. So as I was doing research on it, this actually has been employed in horror movie soundtracks.
All right.
It's been employed
Great idea.
in a live stage productions of like Dracula.
Excellent.
Things to create discomfort and fear.
So am I
So
misunderstanding?
you weren't scared because of Dracula?
Yeah, because of Dracula.
Because Dracula.
Yeah.
Am I misunderstanding a little bit though? These sounds affect how you see things too, not just how you feel.
It can create,
Okay.
Nick. It can create visions, basically.
All right.
Yeah. So you want to try it out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's check this. I've not listened to this yet. And will we be able to hear it?
We will. It is.
It says I thought it was below our ability to hear.
This is the frequency they're suggesting. So I don't know if the fact that we can hear it means that it's at a slightly higher frequency, but try it. Let's see.
All right. So, okay, there you go. Okay, so it's not very loud.
Right. It should.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm not seeing things, but it definitely I almost start
like
to feel
it.
like I want to go like cross-eyed a little.
Yeah.
You know, you too?
Are you feeling that, Kathy?
Yeah. Yep. Like I can't like concentrate and look at something.
Yeah.
now.
Like things like I'm really having to focus on the words in front of me here.
Really?
Really?
There's no words on it. But yeah, things seem a little blurry.
Oh, I don't like it.
That's right. Stop it. I don't like it.
Stop
it.
So there you go. Kathy feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, so they'll bury that sound, what they were doing in like in the you talk about the Blob and movies of the William Castle period in Hollywood, they would include this sound. Not this sound, not at that time. They would include sounds that were meant, as you said, Preston, those initial sounds that would cause like a nauseous reaction.
Yeah.
So I guess since the discovery of what classically this is, it's been employed in some movie soundtracks.
It's very mild is not the word. Maybe that is the right word.
It reminds me of a hearing test. Like literally, you'll hear tones in one ear and then the other ear, and to indicate if you are hearing anything.
So they'll sometimes they'll make you raise your right hand, and if the demon raises his right hand.
Casey and I have done enough hearing tests. We always joke about this because you're just in a room by yourself and you're sitting there going, chocolate, hot dog,
cowboy.
Yeah, you have to repeat all these words. And you're just sitting there going, pinball machine, light bulb.
But you're in this soundproof room, and you are, you have to like say yes if you hear a sound, and like I'm wondering if I'm having like an audio hallucination, and I'm like, yeah.
I end up guessing half the time.
I'm still having a residual effect.
Are you?
I feel something in like the soft palate in my mouth.
What about you, Kat?
Mine's
in
like my
nasal passages.
My eyes. I didn't like the way, I couldn't concentrate or something.
It has zero effect on me.
Huh.
A lot of people don't like it on the text board. They want us to stop.
Yeah. There are a lot of people. Somebody's saying, please don't play that again. Turn this off. I'm driving. I feel like my eyes are shaking. That sound made my vision blur. Don't play this while people are driving, please. Listen, gang, you can turn your radio down if you need to. So you do have control over that on your phone or on your car, on your radio. Driving and not good. Immediately started to feel my heart race, and my blood pressure felt like it dropped, feeling faint.
Wow.
That's wild.
Wow, this one says giving me a headache. Somebody said you may have mentioned this, but these are called binaural beats, frequencies at a difference of 10 hertz played together, causing that wobbling effect. Okay, yeah. So usually when you hear like vibrato, it's because it's two different frequencies. But I'm going to play that again. If it's affecting you badly,
don't
turn it down for just a moment. Don't turn it down.
No.
Oh.
Yes, dude. If you don't want to listen, turn it down.
All right, here we go.
Just wait a few seconds.
Yeah, immediately things get blurry when I start to play that.
All right, stop it.
No, I want to.
I'm coming for you, Preston.
Okay.
I'm coming for you.
We can stop
You've
now.
incited my return to Earth.
Wow. Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, see if this one has any effect on how you guys feel.
Okay.
Look at this.
Oh, my God, make it stop.
On Joey's head? Is that an actual line?
Yeah, because it's in a picture.
It's a hat.
Oh my God, what the hell is on
It's just
Joey's
a weird hat. And Joey always, you know how Joey wore those hats.
Oh my God.
You never
Joey's
listened to
such
the
a
lyrics to that song?
No, the poetry of Nickelback escaped me.
It's actually really good.
Yeah, it is.
It's actually great. You know why? Because we don't sit down and spend. In the show, I said Nick will be back.
Oh, Nickelback.
Come on,
Yeah.
Nick
Get your
back.
Nippleback tickets.
Get your nipple back.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna play that.
Are you going to find that?
Oh yeah, dude.
It was drunk day, Kat.
Kathy was
And
drunk.
you win.
Good old days.
That will drive people to be big cross-eyed and running off the road. Well, yeah, Steve, I totally felt it.
I felt nothing.
You got
but-
nothing from
no,
that?
No, nothing. But I was just
You are
wondering.
impervious.
I am.
This is kryptonite to me.
It is the weight of being a superhero.
Here we go.
So if anybody knows me, call in. You get your nipple back tickets. And you win. You win. You win.
No, this is
Kathy.
Casey!
Oh, that's when you got in trouble.
I got in trouble.
Casey said you effing whore.
whore.
And that's when I kicked him out of the studio because we didn't have a delay. We didn't have a dump. I couldn't dump.
Win. You win. You win.
Kathy.
Casey!
Get out of the studio.
Out of the studio.
Out of the studio.
That's it. You're done. Out. Now. Go. Walk. Move. Right now. That's enough.
I was yelling at you.
Well, we had no option.
Yelling at you.
Dad voice.
Watching
That
our.
was total dad voice.
We had no option.
Yeah.
You leave now. Out. Move.
Oh, what would I do?
Wait, you hear me in the background. I'm like, oh.
And you're barely even able to speak. Yeah, you're right.
So if anybody knows me, call in. You get your nipple back tickets.
Play it fully again.
All right, keep it going.
The caveat of if you know me, you can call in.
So if anybody
Everybody knows me. Call in. You get your never back ticket. And you win. You win. You win.
Kathy.
Casey, get out of the studio.
Out of the studio.
Out of the studio.
That's it. You're done. Out. Now. Go. Walk. Move. Right now. That's enough.
Wait, you hear? Yeah, I go bye-bye, and then I hear Preston get serious, and I go,
When did you hit him? Remember, you hit him.
That was that day.
No.
That was that morning, right?
No, that was
because you leaning.
It was a Guinness Guinness night.
No. There was a time in
air.
There was a time in the studio
you
on
slapped me
air.
in the face. Yeah, you did.
Yes, and you say because
more than one time.
You're a bitch.
You're a bitch.
and then I hit you.
I forgot about that.
The Guinness story hit you with my purse.
You were hitting, and I feel like you had 17 padlock locks in your purse, and you were hitting me with that.
I remember clearly because I'm fully sober, and you were leaning in because you're a bitch.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I was a little.
What year was
rough
that?
with my language. It was last year. Okay, I can tell you it was I think it was leading up to my 30th birthday, so about 17 years ago.
Wow.
Wow.
Times have changed.
Anyhow, I want to move on to something else. I did notice something else. I thought this was pretty interesting, and I want to thank listener Rob Gamboy Jr.
He's the sub-noticer in this mix.
He said, hey, dear Kenny Knight, Presbo, as I was researching some truck driving routes for my job, I noticed a map and this little landmass in New Jersey that is technically part of Delaware. You guys familiar with this?
Oh, yeah.
Is it Handiwipe Island?
No, but it's kind of like that.
There's the history behind borders in between states is a really nerdy thing that I like, and so there was a show about this at one point, like how borders got drawn. I think is what it was called, and they actually addressed this.
Oh, that was a great show.
It was really interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, it's more like a history of the United States stuff.
Right.
But they go into actual borders between states.
You have ones that have concrete lines, and then you have bizarre. Yes, no, it's fascinating.
Like rivers that have moved over the years.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a part of Delaware that sits on New Jersey's landmass. It is a bit of land that borders on Pennsville, Salem County. And the history of this portion of the Delaware dates back to the 1600s when everything in a 12-mile circle, you guys have heard about that, right?
Yes,
12-mile circle around Newcastle, Delaware, was deeded by King Charles II to William Penn. The Delaware border was set at the high water mark on the Jersey side of the Delaware River. But over the past century, the federal government has dumped millions of tons of dredge spoils on the New Jersey side of the river, creating a 1,500-acre landmass that extends 500 acres past the New Jersey state line. New Jersey has fought for control of the land several times, only to lose in the courts. The most recent defeat was at the U.S. Supreme Court in 2008. The area is called Kilcahook Coordination Area.
Beautiful.
And locals have long referred to it as the Baja. The area seems to be as desolate and barren as the Mexican desert. And that when bodies wash up on the riverbank, which sadly happens often, Pennsylvania police must call the Delaware State Police to handle it, even though it's technically in New Jersey.
So it is. This chunk is adjacent to New Jersey. However, it is part of Delaware.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the Delaware River, but it is considered state. It's part of the state of Delaware.
That's very bizarre.
Yeah. According to Police Chief Alan Cummings of Pennsville, said a lot of times there are foreign ships that go up the channel, guys jump and try to swim in and don't make it. And then when they end up in that area, they have to call the Delaware police to get them. So the area's status as a no man's land has long made it a haven for kids looking to ride motorbikes or four-wheelers. Teenagers often come there to drink alcohol around a bonfire. Cummings says that he biked there as a kid.
How many acres did you say it was?
It's 1,500 acres.
Okay, so hang on. If you're out there breaking the law, drinking, smoking your weed,
listening to your rock and roll,
the New Jersey State Police can't come over and arrest you.
I think it's out of their jurisdiction.
You hear that, kids?
Yeah, right? Cummings says that he biked there as a kid and then for 31 years has grappled with how to police it. He said we don't patrol there, we call there.
Can Delaware fire on it because it's their own, like from across the river?
Yeah. He said we don't just drive around like we drive through town. He says the area is officially closed to the public, although visitors can hike and visit Fort Mott State Park, which is right next door.
I'd like to see what the terrain looks like. You're saying it looks like the Mexican desert?
That's what they're saying, yeah.
I wonder why it had to go to the Supreme Court. Like, it seems to me like, it's New Jersey and Delaware fighting over some land. It's not, Gaza and Israel. So why is there so much legality?
Israel owns part of it.
No, I mean, seriously, why does that have to go to the Supreme Court?
I would imagine at a federal level, that's how they decide that. I mean,
right.
If they can't come to an agreement,
I guess my question is, what is the fight about? Like, why does Delaware lay claim to it?
They have very active diamond mines.
Because of that, I guess because of that old rule about the high water mark. I don't. It's a little confusing.
They
to
invoked
me.
the who smelt it dealt it rule.
I wonder who wants it.
I would imagine New Jersey wants it,
right? Well, it's sitting. It's there. It's right. It's on the Jersey side.
I think we should rule on it. I think as a show,
we should be the ruling.
Yeah.
But especially because
how about Prestonia?
If people are going over there,
I love it.
Ooh.
Right?
I love it.
Prestonia.
Otisburg.
Otisburg. But I mean, if teenagers are going there and breaking the law, like I understand why New Jersey wants it because, if their hands are tied and they can't do anything,
Yeah,
and
but there's got to be police departments cross over township lines to help.
Yeah, but these
So
are
that-
state lines.
I got a text from a friend of mine who actually does some work with shipping and so on. His name is Bill Jeremiah. He's supposed to be getting me on to Pine Valley to play sometime.
Yeah,
All right, anyhow, he says the Delaware state line is the high water mark on the Jersey side of the river.
One more time with that. Repeat that.
The Delaware state line is the high. So Delaware
where?
starts right at the water line in New Jersey.
the highest point.
That's kind of strange, isn't it?
I'm scared.
I'm scared.
I am terrified.
Hang on a second. Let me go to. I'm going to go to Michael. Hey, Michael. Good morning.
Michael.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike. What's up, buddy?
So I work for the Army Corps of Engineers in Kilcahook, also known as Fort Mott.
Yes.
Is one of our disposal areas.
Okay.
And it is a problem. We have people, there are people coming in here for years partying. There's people get their four-wheel drive stuck. People come in and steal, like, batteries from our equipment, stuff like that. And we have to use Delaware State Police.
Yeah, and how do they get over there? Do they take a boat?
No, they actually have to come across the Delaware Memorial Bridge from Delaware into Pennsville Township
and
to police the area.
And I assume it's not enough trouble for them to have like a small state trooper
right
barracks there or anything like that. It wouldn't be worth it.
No, not at all.
So that's really kind of not fully lawless, but kind of close to it.
Michael,
area.
what is being dumped there? What's going on?
So what happens is the river channel has to be maintained. So the dredge comes through and basically dredges out the river channel, and they pump it into those areas. And we build containment areas so that material can dry out, and then we build it up higher. We're actually getting ready to start pumping in there again soon.
Michael, is that some of that stuff of a toxic nature?
It is monitored, and no, not really. There's so much water flow in the river that, most of the toxicity has been, pushed out.
Okay.
Actually, the Delaware River was just voted last year as one of the cleanest rivers in the country.
Hey, nice.
That's why there's those ladles all along the
just to drink.
No,
all right.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
And that's right at Fort Mott.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fort Mott is the state park, and then Kilcahook is the area just behind it.
So it's Fort Mott? Yeah. All right, excellent. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. All right, so to clarify, my friend Bill texted back again. He said essentially the Delaware River is in Delaware.
Can you really trust anything that guy says, though, Preston?
I know he hasn't.
That's true, Casey.
No, but listen, I'm looking at a map, and sure enough, you would think that a boundary line would be down the middle of the river, right?
That's what you would think.
In between Pennsylvania and New Jersey, it is, but in between Delaware and New Jersey, it's not.
But through Delaware and New Jersey, it is not. It is the high water mark on the New Jersey side that determines what is New Jersey and what is Delaware, except for this little spot.
I think Delaware is kind of being a little bitch here. I think as a state, they need to give it to New Jersey. It's like it's de facto.
Well, what do they
New
get in
Jersey
return? Newark?
Yeah, so they can have Newark and Newark.
Right?
They have Newark and Newark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
The Twin Cities.
Two great cities that taste great together.
Yeah. And I guess I still don't understand because even though you're adding this land mass to that, that watermark changes, right? I mean,
is
that high watermark would change with the volume of the river.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, the river has to go around this particular bit, and you just have a new boundary that would be ever changing.
All right, here's what's going to happen.
It does sound like Delaware's being a bit of a bitch. You're right, Nick.
Here's what's going to have to happen. It's like the NBA. I don't think we need to add a third team in here and do a 3-state trade.
Oh.
So, New Jersey gets that. Delaware we need to get something from New Jersey. So maybe.
So Pennsylvania needs something?
Yeah, Pennsylvania needs to get something from New Jersey.
How about Jersey?
I think.
Right?
Because
Jersey.
Because we're going to give Delaware, we're going to give them Chichester.
That's nice of you.
They can have it.
They can have
I used to
Chichester.
live there. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then I feel like we should get I don't know.
Tax-free shopping?
Oh, no, because New Jersey's getting all this stuff. They need to give something up.
All right.
So we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
How about
Give us a minute.
the Pine Barrens?
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Christmas trees.
Yeah. All the Christmas trees you can steal.
You can steal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hang on. Carl wants us to shut up about this. Hi, Carl. Carl, yoo-hoo. What's up, Carl?
Yeah, it's true, man. Got to call Delaware for everything.
Yeah.
Kids wreck on dirt bikes all the time. Compound fractured legs. You got to pull them out of a 1,500-acre area.
Wow.
And get them to a main.
Yeah, I mean, it's really that's unheard of, and I've never heard of anything like that before.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Grew up here my whole life. Bonfires, like partying. Cops would come back there back in the day, and they would shine their lights. Everybody would run, and then they take the beer.
Right.
So Carl, you say that like virtually all the time there's like on the weekends or whatever at night there's stuff going on there.
Not all the time.
Yeah,
Big sludge parties.
A lot of riding, mudding.
Okay.
Mudding. You did some
And
mudding on the
sorry,
weekend?
and sorry to the
sludging,
sorry
and
to the
mudding.
Army Corps engineers
It's like the
for
Burt
stealing the
Bacharach.
batteries.
Oh, yeah, you're one of them?
No. I don't either confirm nor deny.
Thanks, Carl. I appreciate
Sludging and mudding and
that's
drinking.
pretty wild, man. So, yeah, that's Fort Mott.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also known as
Terrace.
No. Wait a minute. I lost. Kilcahook Coordination Area.
I remember Kilcahook.
I thought that was kind of interesting. All right. I've been told we have to wrap up.
Damn it.
Yeah, we got a friend calling.
Yeah, we got to talk to Adam Ferrara.
Yeah, well, there we go. That's
maybe he knows all about land acquisitions in New Jersey that we don't know about. All right, that's it for the noticer. I haven't noticed any. I noticed other things.
Just noticing that he's over.
We'll notice another time. I do promise you that. We'll come back in a moment. Adam Ferrara joining us. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts.
Yeah.
And then when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us?
When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like, it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. Like they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, and everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
No, seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to old,
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
My name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. Easy, it's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high. God. Because my parts all got all frozen up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Romano anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb of beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
I don't think anybody, Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. Personal best, I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's gonna knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun, beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but we do have
another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his jam?
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have
forward.
to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not
Wait,
really.
I
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary,
Gary looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now.
Mhm.
All right.
No, 8.
Not
No,
10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on.
I'm sorry. 8
Which
because
one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the "We Got Crooked Teeth" song. Was it got lint in it?
No, but how? Like, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good. Yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, here it goes. Right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it. I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here. I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life experience.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Judd is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Judd. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Judd is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
Right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer. Kathy, our next guest, always a treat to have him on. He's going to be at Soul Joel's Comedy Club and Lounge this coming Sunday. It's a 6 p.m. show. A little bit on the earlier side, which is great for a Sunday. And there's general admission tickets for $20. You can get a VIP ticket.
What?
For $30. I don't know what all the VIP includes, but
I assume some sort of deep tissue massage.
Quite possibly. Please welcome our friend Adam Ferrara to the show. Good morning.
Hey. Nice to be back. Yes, a little shiatsu.
A little shiatsu, if you will, please. Yes.
That makes a difference. It does.
How are you guys?
We're good, man. And yourself?
I'm good. Wolfgang is getting married?
Yeah, he just got engaged to a longtime girlfriend. So yeah, he's. Have you listened to much of his music?
I have not listened to it, but I was listening to a lot of Who because they're touring, and I'm going to see him at the Hollywood Bowl in November. Yeah. And Zach Starkey's getting married, or just got married, who was Ringo's kid, who's the drummer in the Who.
Yeah, and Ringo's birthday is today too. So I've actually I saw Starkey play with the Who many years ago. He's a great drummer, man, and some of these offspring can do it. And Wolfgang is one of them. He is a really talented kid. He's not a guitar virtuoso like his dad. Great songwriter, played all the instruments on the album, and it's definitely worth checking out. It's just really good music, which is cool. And listen, you would know, you played a little guitar for us here one time. You're a learned musician. Is that something you try to do daily, to pick up the guitar and play a little bit, or do you just kind of get to it when you can?
I don't play as much as I should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't play as much as I should. I got a Clapton Strat here in New York. I'm in my apartment in the city, so I have good guitars. I have limited talent, so the guitars are more impressive than what I can do with them.
So do you plug in?
I had Steve.
Go ahead.
I had Steve Vai on my show. And he's like, yeah, Steve Vai is just, I told him, I said, you're the reason I picked up the guitar, and you're the reason I put it down. Yeah, I can't like that.
Yeah, I mean, super talented. But so do you plug in, or you just sit there? You just strum, or
I got a little pig nose amp. I got a little pig nose Marshall amp, so I can just I can play the bar band guitar I know loud with my little headphones and just go make believe I'm really good. But I don't keep up with it as much as I should, because here's the thing about playing guitar: you got to be able to play in a band is great. When you can meld like that and just work off each other, it's great. But all by yourself, you're like, I know how this song ends. I know I don't know this part. It's just doing it by yourself. Like things in life, if you don't stop, you'll go blind.
Well, do you have any guys you play with? Do you have, because Preston's playing with occasionally with the band now, every other weekend or so, just to get that vibe. Yeah. Do you? Nobody
traveling. I wish I did. I mean, I wish I had who was Woody Allen used to play the saxophone, the clarinet right up on this little bar. He would go every Monday night.
Was he looking for a guitarist?
Yeah. Hi, Woody.
Yeah, he does that old New Orleans style jazz, right? I mean, that's his thing. He's done it for years.
Yeah, he's been doing that for years. And I think the thing is when you got to do music, you will seek it out. Like comedy. If I don't do comedy, I'm a twitchy mess. I was at the Cellar last night. I'm going again tonight. I got 2 spots tonight. I got to keep doing that. I think that's where the muse got me. The guitar was something. It requires so much work and practice. And let's be honest, boys, I'm lazy. I just found out that Jersey's connected to Delaware.
Hey, but you talk about getting out and scratching that itch by doing comedy, and maybe you don't have to work on it as hard as you do with the guitar. Is that because how much of your act is the act? And how much of it is, I'm just going to kind of ramble a bit here and riff on it?
Yeah, the rambling stuff, that's what keeps me interested in it. So it's like I have the set pieces I'm working on, and then in between, you'll work to the audience, and then I'll use that as a bridge to get to other pieces. And then sometimes when I really want to write stuff, I'll mix the pieces up. So I don't know where I'm going. So it puts I'll know if I'm talking to you guys in the audience and I want to talk about, I'm making it up, my mother. I'll riff a little bit with the audience and ask about their mother that connects to this bit. So it all flows organically. But that's a great writing tool, is I write on stage. I just had Brad Garrett on my show too.
Right.
And he owns a club. He's got the MGM in Vegas. And he's still doing stand-up. He was a kid opening for Sinatra. He said he writes more on stage than he does. He doesn't just sit there and write. He's got to write on stage like I do as well.
Have you seen the series Hacks with Gene Smart?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. How great! I think it. Did you see the car they drive?
Yeah.
He drives a Rolls Royce Wraith.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a 2-door. I did a review on that car. It's got. I was watching with my wife. I go, "That's the Wraith." I said, "Watch. There's a titanium umbrella in the fender, and they used it.
Yes.
There's a $1,600 titanium umbrella." Because the doors are suicide doors, so they go backwards, and it sticks right into the fender. You pull it out, it's $1,600 if you lose it.
It's a badass vehicle.
You drove one, Steve.
Yeah,
remember that we had that from the car show.
By the way, inside, and they I think they showed a little bit in this series. You can have stars projected on the inside interior. Yeah, right.
I mean, headliner.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It's called the Starlight Headliner. I know it sounds like a malt liquor. It's not. You can program whatever event you want. On how screwed up is that? When I did a review on Top Gear, I set it to January. I forget the date, but it was January '69 when the Jets won the Super Bowl. That's what I set it to, because that was the last time they ever won. So
right? Why not? Why not? I wanted to ask you because that series.
Rolls-Royce got mad at me too.
Go ahead.
Rolls-Royce got mad at him
when I did the review. Really? Well, if you see the car, it's like the belt line of the car has that big chrome, and it's a feature in the design of Rolls-Royce, that big chrome door handle.
Yeah.
On the side of the car. It's right on the belt line, and I'm like, it looks like a walk-in box freezer in a restaurant. And I said, I said it looks like you're ruining the whole belt line of the car. It's like putting a tramp stamp on the Venus de Milo.
I will tell you what, though, it's a slick looking vehicle. Obviously, it's for you've got to have beyond FU money to be tooling around in something like that as your station vehicle. But it's pretty sick. What I wanted to ask you is, in that realm, that seems to be a really pretty accurate depiction of a Vegas comedian career cycle. Do you think does that ring true to you, the show Hacks?
Yeah, I mean, she did. If you look at, it's the Joan Rivers model,
right?
And she's modeling after Joan Rivers, and the survival. First of all, a female comic to survive for that long in that time period, right away, you win.
Yeah.
Joan. If you looked at her documentary, I was watching it with my wife. And she was on the phone. She was, 70, whatever, however old she was, looking at an empty calendar. And she goes, this is what terrifies every comic. And it doesn't go away.
Yeah.
It doesn't. So it's like that cycle of a career and the worry of the career. And I think just even in life, boys, we all worry about stuff. It's just, I think it's how quickly we beat ourselves up and get out of that worry. Is success, of wisdom. It's like, all right, I'm scared again. I'm going to be scared again. Let's just get out of this as quick as we can.
Will you? Because obviously, stand-up comedy is the main focus of everything. That's your thing. That's your bread and butter. But would you find yourself encountering that less while you have an active series?
Yeah, it's like but you know the way life goes.
Yeah.
You go up, you go down, and you just keep moving forward. If the trick for me is not to get too high and not to get too low, just keep moving. And find the joy in what you're doing.
Yes.
There's no great cleansing in a destination. There's no there's a when-then bet in your head. Like, when I get that, then I'll be happy. Now you'll be miserable then too.
Yes. Well, we had a scenario in our careers, and in Preston, we recall we would have to renegotiate every year the contract. So we'd spend 8 months where we weren't really in contract negotiation. And then it happened, and there'd be, running down to the wire, and we just re-signed now to 2030. So, which is a big difference. It's an amazing thing. But I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about. You always feel that trepidation, and you always feel that drive. So, but you don't seem like a guy who really needs to be agitated into getting proactive on his career.
Are you kidding? I wake up in the morning. I worry about everything, and that motivation keeps you going. I don't set an alarm in the morning, boys. I wait for the terror to overtake me. From the bed, gasping for air, and that's how we start the day.
What a wonderful day.
You know how screwed up I am? I was an hour early for you guys. I was up, clicked in, and everyone's looking at me like, what are you doing? We haven't even done news yet. Get out of here. Don't worry.
You know what? Comedians and some other people live the lifestyle where you don't have what the majority of people do, which is the 5-day work week and the schedule. And do days of the week, does that register? Does the weekend mean anything to you?
It doesn't shut off. You know how many times you finish your shift, you go home, and now you're going through the checklist in your head. Go, I should have said that. I hope we don't get in trouble for that. I should have said that. It doesn't turn off. The only time I get a little break is during football season. Because during football season, I allow myself Sunday the red zone. I'm like, all right, I can take it. I can watch the 1 o'clock slot, but then I got to work during the 4 o'clock slot. And if it's a good game at night, all right, I'll work on that. I'll focus on that game. But other than that, it's a constant grind. Anybody that doesn't have a 9-to-5 gig, the machine's always working.
Even with the 9-to-5, it's an interesting thing to talk about this because there is that. I think fear motivates you in many different ways. If you learn how to harness it, like I've often said, the biggest advances in my professional career took place when I eliminated every safety net. Whereas okay, you dumb bastard, now you've got to do it. And that worked.
You're Cortez. You burnt the ships. Cortez invaded and burnt the ships. Now you can't leave.
right. Use the Bronx tale.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, if you have the only way out is through.
Yeah.
No matter what you're dealing with, you can't. You tuck it. It's like when I went to my girlfriend's house my wife now.
Yeah.
When I went to her house for the first time for dinner, I was like, God, you people are so quiet. Doesn't anybody drink? Does anyone have a problem? What are we screaming about now? So the thing about my house is like, there wasn't a lot of, you're not gonna look at the people I grew up with and going, I wonder what's on their mind. And they're screaming it. Right. My father would always say, you never let anyone outside this house know what we talk about in here. I was like, Pop, the windows are open and you're screaming. Don't yell out a launch code. You know what I'm saying? You gotta face what you got, deal with it. If you tuck it away, life's either gonna tap you on the shoulder or kick you in the ass. But either way, it's gonna come out.
So you said this is your apartment in New York. Is this the main base? Is this the home office or is?
I got the house. My wife and all my stuff is in California, but I still kept this apartment in New York. It's this nice little pad I got down in the village, and I like it. I'm a better comic in New York. I'm a better comic on the East Coast, I think.
You think so?
There's just more stage time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. There's more stage time. There's more energy to write. I can call you guys. We can start talking about. They don't talk about their feelings in California. They talk about maybe addressing their feelings one day. It's like, I am finding the courage just to unpack my trauma. And New York is like, I'm living a nightmare right now, and you're all gonna hear about it.
Do you get to walk to the gigs sometimes? Is that one of the good things about New York?
The whole reason I bought this apartment because it's next to the pool hall and I can walk to the cellar. I remember I bought this right before Rescue Me. I bought this joint after I did the job, right? So I had some money in my pocket.
Right.
And I said, all right, what's my criteria? I want to be downtown. I want to be near the subway. I'm right by Union Square. I can walk to the cell. I can walk to Gotham. And that was my priority.
So Gotham, seems like a solid. This you have Caroline's, you have Gotham, you have so many good clubs. Without. Can you name a favorite, or is that bad politics in the comedy world? What's your favorite club to play?
The city clubs are my favorite, and all of them are because there's an urgency, and Helium too, and all the East Coast clubs. I always look at going on the road. When you write material on the road, it's like buying cocaine. All right, so you get a bag of cocaine. Then you come back to New York and you come back to the East Coast and you boil off it and make crack. Because you gotta get to the joke quick. You gotta get, like last night at the Cellar, you're following killers. You gotta bring the heat. You gotta throw fastballs. So it makes you, the new stuff you get, when I said you're a better comic, is you rise to the level of the competition that's here. And it's every night, it's just bang, 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 bang.
Let me ask you, so you can walk in, a lot of times it's very fluid in these clubs, and obviously you're at a higher level, but you walk in and somebody else walks in who's, a contemporary. Who do you not want to see walk in a club and take the spot before you, when you're prepared, trying out new material? Who's the guaranteed killer?
You don't want to follow Jesus.
Jesus, that guy.
Yeah, but that's what I need. The comeback tour starts now. Here's what I will tell you. I got when Jerry was shooting Comedian, the movie Comedian, he bumped me 3 times in 1 week. Twice at the Cellar and once at Gotham. And, he had the camera crew that went in, and he was very gracious. He goes, Adam, I'm so sorry. I'm like, Jerry, this movie better be funny, because right now it's just annoying. But here's the thing about following people. Like Chris Rock came in after the whole slapping and everything. And people go nuts at the beginning, right? And they go nuts because they can't believe they're seeing these people in this environment. But after the first 2 minutes, if you're working on new stuff and it's not there,
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Dance, monkey.
Yeah, I agree. I got invited to a special show, and I'm not going to name any names of a really the headliner that was testing material at a small club.
Right.
And I went, and Adam's right. At first, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm this close to this person. And they normally do these gigantic stadiums or whatever, these big theaters and rooms. Right. And after a while, though, I'm like, okay, I'm not to put it this way, but I'm just watching a comedy show, and it's got to be funny, or I'm not going to laugh just because that person's famous. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The expectations is you give them the benefit of the doubt, but then you're like, all right, let's pick it up. Come on, I know you're working on stuff, but yeah, it's it's a very democratic way of doing it.
So it's Old Joel's. Is this? Are you working on new material? Are you what's okay? And do you have a special?
I've always got, like I said, I always got a bunch of new stuff going, and I always try to slip it in. And the nice thing is, some people I got an email. Can you do this bit? I go, yeah, if you come down, I'll do that. So now I'm a jukebox.
Yeah.
You got to keep it moving, boys. It's like the same thing. It's like your show. You got to just keep fresh and keep putting out the content. And the nice thing about the delivery system is I can get an idea and I can talk about it on the podcast. And then if it gets any legs or anything, if it becomes a joke or if it becomes a post or something, there's more places for ideas to go. And I think that's pretty cool for the creative.
How much? So the podcast, and obviously, you're loving doing it, and it's got traction. How many people show up? I mean, are you getting an audience that's generated solely off of your podcast?
Yeah, it's nice when people come back. It was funny. I was just at Cobb's in San Francisco, and there was a bunch of people. I got podcast T-shirts.
Yeah.
Because, Daddy's got. So there's a bunch of people sitting in the front row wearing the podcast T-shirts, and I'm like, how nice is this?
Yeah.
Because we do this stuff. You don't know. I'm sitting in my kitchen. I'm talking to you guys. I've been talking to you guys for 20 years. You don't know if it reaches anybody. And then when they come up to you after the show, like I heard you on the show, like I heard you on Preston and Steve. We came to see you. I'm a podcast listener. It's that connection that really, that's very gratifying for me. So I'm grateful that we do reach.
Nothing like it in the world, and it's funny because when I had done stand up years ago, and then I went into the radio.
I remember.
Yes.
When you had hair.
But no, it's true. But and then you realize that in one morning on this show, how many people you can hit, and how many people say with your podcast. And it puts it into perspective. And so if that same vibe is there, we feel this kinship and familial thing with people who listen to the show and support us and have given us livelihoods all this time. It still works. Yeah. It's a similar vibe in a way once removed from being on stage live at a comedy club.
Yeah, it's that connection. And I realized this during the pandemic, how much I need to do stand-up to feel connected. It's a lot more for me as well. It's like... It's like that's how I can contribute.
Right.
So, when you're home and you're not doing anything, it's like, oh my God, I didn't realize how much my work connected to my identity. So to be back and to be able to connect with the audience is really good for both of us. I think it's more about me. I got to
solely about you.
You mentioned Brad Garrett. I think it was your most recent guest. Who's coming up? Or are you still working on scheduling your next podcast?
No. I got, who's up now? Brad Garrett was on, I think he was on last week. He told a great story about opening, because he opened for Sinatra when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Wow. He did that, and he's in an elevator. I'll tell you a story. He's in an elevator. He's got a little Yorkie, and the Yorkie takes a dump in an elevator, and he's got nothing to pick it up with. He takes out a 20, picks up, and the people in the elevator looked at him. This whole couple in the elevator looked at him and said, I once saw Ray do that with 100.
I saw that, and I was wondering why he didn't use his sock first. But,
that's funny.
Because
he's Brad Garrett, man.
That's great.
I think I got Dana Gould dropped this morning. He's very funny. He's got a movie out with Bobcat Goldthwait called Joyride. They go on the road together.
What's great about it? We've had Dana on a number of times. He is a massive horror fanatic, and you get him talking about genre stuff like that, and the guy has an encyclopedic knowledge of the most obscure crap.
Yeah, he's got a show on YouTube called Hanging with Dr. Z, where he plays Dr. Zayas from Planet of the Apes having a 70s talk show. I was like, okay.
I gotta watch that. It's on YouTube?
Yes.
Hanging with Dr. Z?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's called Hanging with Dr. Z.
I gotta write that down,
The level of creativity. Yeah, it's fun.
Adam, real quick, you mentioned Seinfeld earlier and Dana Gould, and part of this movie that Dana Gould has out with Bobcat is they go into this weird feud that Bobcat has had with Seinfeld over the years, and I guess it resurfaced recently on Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. Did you talk with Dana Gould about that, and do you know any more of the details?
No, I don't know what. I just know from watching Joyride, that there's a few, but I never talked to Dana about Bob. Hopefully I'll get Bob on, and he seems pretty open to talk about it. Bobcat did a really cool thing for me when I was a kid. I was opening for him at this, it was the morning Sam Kinison died.
Wow.
And, he had a feud with You remember he was on Stern, and they were fighting.
They had a blood feud that played out on Stern over a number of years,
So this is the morning Kennison passed. I'm on a plane, and I'm going down to Florida to open for Bob at some amphitheater. And I'm a kid, and he died. And Bob's late, like an hour and a half, and the place is all filled up. And so we're backstage, and Bob shows up. We say hello. He goes, listen, I'm going to bring you up because my fans get a little nuts. I said, okay, great. Because, the opening act is the worst, when they're waiting to see it. You're just in the way. Yeah. They don't want to see it. So Bob went on stage, and everyone went crazy because this was at the height of, police academy stuff. And he did a couple of screams and then came down into his regular speaking voice and said, listen, Sam Kennison died this morning. He goes, we had a feud, fighting and everything, but even if I wanted to make up with him, I can't because he's gone. So I don't know what I'm feeling right now, but if you're pissed at anybody, it ain't worth this feeling I got. I'm going to be out to make you laugh. My friend Adam Ferrara is going to come out and warm you up a little bit, so I want a big hand for Adam.
Wow.
No kidding.
Wow.
That's pretty damn cool.
That's very cool.
He dropped his character to just connect on a human level, and then he thought enough about me to bring me up and set the table for me while all this was going on. I was like, that's just that's an awareness of other people I wasn't expecting. Was very grateful to see and have done for me.
I tell you what, that notion of lose the feud, get over it. Time is you don't know how much time you have, and to be stuck with that unresolved thing is not worth it.
Unless the other person's a real dick.
Unless it's like Hitler. Then it's okay.
Unless they earned it. Listen, here's the problem I got, is my people don't hold grudges. We carry out vendettas.
Hey, you know what I wanted to...
I can't let go.
Hey, by any chance, I know you're a Godfather fan, right? Massive fan of the Godfather movies. Did you watch the series The Offer on Paramount Plus about the making of The Godfather?
No, I got it.
Dude, you'd love it.
I have it downloaded.
Yeah, you would listen. It's a little plays a little light and fast with some of the facts, but all that legend and lore is there. They go into a lot of mob stuff. It has everything you want. I enjoyed it. The critics weren't too kind to it, but I thought it was a blast.
Yeah, it's something I want to see. I got the Notebook, the Godfather Notebook, which was Coppola just wrote down everything and they put it in a bound book and everything. So I have that. My wife got me that for Christmas. The other thing about letting go of grudges, that's the thing, is Michael killed Fredo. I don't want anything done while my mother's alive. He knew this was going to happen.
Right.
I mean, that's the people I come from. Rigor mortis sets into an Italian when he dies like this.
That is a great pose. Oh my God, his clenched fingers. All right, well, listen. No,
I'm good. It's Soul Joe Sunday. I thank you guys for having me on. I could talk to you all day. I know
we
you got work
could.
to do.
That's what we love about chatting with you, Adam. Thank you for coming on, but we do have to wrap up. Soul Joel's Comedy Club and Lounge, Sunday, 6 p.m. Tickets at adamferrara.com. Check out his podcast, all that stuff. You're the best, Adam. We love you, man. Take care, buddy.
Take care, boys.
All right, we'll see you.
Adam Ferrara. See, Adam's great, and like, obviously, we're over Zoom. It's better. But having him like in the studio, because it's such a good conversation, and sometimes the audio drops out, it gets a little difficult to carry it on.
Yeah, but we soldier on. We soldier on. By the way, I want to address something that occurred earlier on our program that you may not have heard because it happened in a commercial break. And a few texts did come in case he was doing a live commercial
Did they catch it?
endorsement. A few people did. But they didn't catch that part of it.
Oh.
They were wondering why Casey was laughing through the commercial.
You thought one thing because you had your headphones on.
I had my headphones on. Everybody else in the studio did not have their headphones on.
No, we didn't.
My question is, did Kathy laugh at all?
No. I hate you. No, I actually was laughing. I was surprised you got through the read. I didn't think you'd be able to get through that commercial.
I almost didn't make it.
Apparently, he was reading a line, and I guess the radio audience didn't hear it because, like them, there was music playing underneath it, but the people in the studio didn't hear the music playing underneath it. Casey apparently punctuated one of his sentences.
Sure did.
There was a pause.
There was a pause.
Yeah.
He took the breath pause, and then he fired one of those out. And then it just cracked him up.
The timing was
that.
impeccable.
Thank you.
It really was great. It was right in the middle of the sentence, and you stopped and then let that out. And it occurred to me that you were literally getting paid to fart at that moment.
That's what Nick said. You got.
I'm
paid.
surprised that wasn't picked up on the mics.
Because it wasn't quiet.
Yeah, no, it's not. No.
Well, the sound was going away from the microphone. So
Is that why?
yeah, that's what I think.
Also, was who was the client? It was.
We're not gonna mention.
Well,
that.
there was like a sports music bed,
Right.
Which is very kinetic and very. So you would have missed out on something like that happened in the middle of it if
Is
it wasn't
Marissa sending over the audio
directly on the microphone. Now, next time, put your butt up to the microphone and make it count.
Can I get a ruling on something? Speaking of which,
it's gross.
For my not for that. Well, no, this is gross. And I was so here's the deal. I got a karaoke machine for my birthday.
Yeah.
And it has 2 wireless microphones. And so I was singing, and Chuck D'Amico walked into the room where I was singing, and he's like, "Oh, there's another microphone." So he grabs the other microphone and stuck it into his butt and farted into the microphone.
Okay.
It's not his microphone, and that microphone
It is now.
Is
Was
going
it yours?
to. Yeah, well,
I'm glad that happened to you.
yeah, no, well, are you glad it happened to my children?
No, I'm glad it happened to you.
Okay, are you glad it happened to my
But
children?
your kids got to live with it because of who you are.
Okay, all right. Well, I just wanted to
The
make
sins
sure.
of the father? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's going to be okay.
Yeah.
You farted in a microphone. Nobody's going to get sick from that.
Okay.
It doesn't permanently soil the thing.
Okay.
That's my ruling anyway.
All right. Well,
Kathy
I farted
would
on your
throw it
microphone
away.
this morning.
Kathy would
Yeah, I
throw
would
it away.
definitely-
Kathy
Now,
would
if you
egg.
rub your ass on my microphone,
Right.
that's a different story. If you were to fart in this microphone and I were to come back 10 minutes later, it would be no big deal.
You
wouldn't
wouldn't
be mad?
care?
No, I wouldn't care.
Okay.
So get ready to.
So remember
I'm
that.
waiting for a video.
I'm like Adam. What Adam Ferrara was talking about.
Vendetta.
Like, I would hold a grudge against you until I die.
Ever.
Well, listen, I guess I really can't feel any certain way about it because I did. They asked me to do something at their house not that long, like last year, and I got completely buck naked and then laid in their bed and took a picture and sent it to them.
Like the fact that you even just brought that up about the microphone, shame on you.
It's ridiculous.
No, you're probably right. Okay.
Where were you guys doing karaoke?
It was in my house.
Okay.
And yeah, I was just in the living room.
What kind of songs are included in the karaoke
So-
package? Because there's a service that provides them, right?
Yeah, so it really to me it's just a speaker that allows you to Bluetooth music through
Right.
it, and then so you have a separate obviously volume button for your microphone and separate for.
Does it have a screen for lyrics? or
No,
All right.
it's just a speaker. So I think what you're supposed to do, because the instruction manual didn't say much, is I guess you're on your own to find your karaoke music, and you can get it on YouTube.
You can actually, for, your Alexa unit will, if you have it play a song.
But I
it'll-
like the idea, what you're saying, of having a screen with the lyrics on it.
Right.
And so,
right. I mean, that's why those usually come with there is a service that creates these karaoke playlists that have the lyrics that
Correct.
scroll as
Have
you're
the video
singing. Yeah,
that runs with it.
It's usually something like a guy walking on a beach.
We have the audio.
All right.
I don't think you're going to hear it.
I don't know. Let's find out.
find out.
All right, here we go. This is it.
Bet Rivers Sportsbook invites you to add some variety to your baseball bets with new same-game parlays. Every game this baseball season, you can combine game bets and player props to create your perfect combination. Whether you're looking to
Was that it?
The combination, pause, fart.
Yeah. So you guys see why I was
would
not
not
in
have
on the
known.
joke.
Yeah.
Couldn't hear it all.
I didn't hear it at all. One more time. Let's show the pause and then the laugh.
props to create your perfect combination. Whether you're looking to increase.
You even pre-laughed before you did it. Back it
Are
up
you sure
again.
that's where it was?
Yeah. Listen, he giggles just a little bit before the pause.
In this baseball season, you can combine game bets and player props to create your perfect combination. Whether you're looking to increase your payouts on your favorites or make your own long shot, you can add a little extra spice to your game with same-game parlays at Bet Rivers Online Sportsbook. Go to BetRivers.com or the Bet Rivers Sportsbook app and make your baseball same-game parlays today. And if you still haven't downloaded the Bet Rivers
gets
app
worse.
yet, do it today. Just search Bet Rivers Sportsbook PA in the App Store for an even easier way to play and stream. Yes, I'm so happy about this. I'm so excited. New players, you get up to $250 of free play with your first deposit, but you have to use the code 250-MATCH. It's presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. You have to be at least 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You got through.
I did. I managed to not flub any of my words.
And you were passionate about the advertiser. That's good.
Yeah. How much trouble are you going to get in for replaying that entire commercial?
What's our-
again
they just
without
got a
paying
free
for it?
commercial.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
It's
Casey,
the least they deserve for a little fart.
do me a favor. Simulate what it would have been like had we been able to hear that. We're gonna.
Okay.
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So insert it.
I'm
going to fast forward this a little bit. All right, here we go. All right, you ready?
Every game this baseball season, you can combine game bets and player props to create your perfect combination. Whether you're looking to increase
There we go.
your payouts.
That's what everybody heard in the studio.
That's what we heard. Yeah.
Except for you.
I didn't hear anything.
And hey, next time I'll get you back.
Yeah, I'll take one earphone off.
It's like
I'm surprised-
looking away from the fireworks.
I'm surprised you couldn't hear me either, because I out loud just said, I can't believe you said that, or whatever. I forget what I said, but I said something.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I just ripped a nasty one, too.
I could have sworn you heard it because you were reacting, but you were trying to make me.
Rip ass.
So here's what I thought happened, okay? So when I tell people when I turn the microphones on and off, and I cue people when it's time for them to start doing the live commercial here in the studio, so I'll point.
Yeah.
And so Casey was getting ready for his live commercial, and instead of pointing, I grabbed a highlighter and pretended like it was my wee-wee, and I wiggled it at him.
Yeah.
I had my little pink highlighter, and I went like this. And I thought that's what he was laughing at. I thought he started off strong.
Yeah.
And then he started thinking about it and started laughing. So I felt very satisfied in that I had cracked him up in the middle of that commercial, and it turned out I had nothing to do with it.
And
it was a little
didn't
hurt
help.
when I found out.
I know. But it didn't help that you were cracking up.
Yeah.
I could see Nick in the corner of my eye cracking up. Steve, I actually knew that you got a kick out of it as well.
Yeah.
So, and that for the rest of the commercial, your reaction to it is what got me
informed
really
your reaction. I got it.
All right. Well, anyhow, we need to do something else because we got to take a break. Today is Thursday. We now have the opportunity to win a Thursday prize pack, and it's going to caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. We will give you $60 in Fandango codes and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and mini poster. The movie, by the way, from Marvel Studios is in theaters everywhere tomorrow. So caller number 20, we're set you up, 215-263-WMMR. Let's take a break, come back in just a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
From Laverne and Shirley. Oh, my God.
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. I thought because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to
the
be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah,
and you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a practitioner, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Judd, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories. You know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up. There's more stakes. You're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast. Right. Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do
a little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
It doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. Certainly on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about. And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't. It kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast
what
a real
resonates.
guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn, and man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, I mean, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about it. This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor. In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, no, I know Artie can do this. It was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part. And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, so I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television. And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. I'm trying to think of Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh! And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
When you can call Luca Brasi little buddy, that's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And somebody said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something.
He's a method.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys. Crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared two of the three men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at three guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was
Were
hit.
they stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
You guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. So go to drytechcorp.com. All right, it's a messed up story to start with. Police say it was an act of road rage. His widow said that he was killed after a driver was angered that a leaf blower blew grass clippings onto his car.
Oh, man.
Jason Ford of Northwest D.C. was the victim. He was 45 and was the father of 2 adult children. His wife, Tanya, said the killing was over somebody blowing grass and him apologizing. Ford had worked as a landscaper for years. Police say that Ford was sitting in a landscaping truck when he was shot by someone on a scooter. Ford was supervising a crew doing yard work when grass clippings landed on a shiny black car parked nearby. The driver was angry. Ford apologized, his wife said. A man who appeared to be a friend of the driver rode up on a rental scooter, and he and the driver spoke. The landscaping crew left and was stopped at a light, and that's when the guy on the scooter reappeared and then opened fire, hitting Ford in the chest.
Man, come
on, man. You're a murderer. Just a flat-out murder. Officers responded. Medics then found Ford dead at the scene. No information on a potential suspect was released yet. Anyone with potentially relevant information is asked to contact the police department. All right, here is something weird that happened at a monument that I've mentioned to you guys before. It may have been in a noticer segment or something like that.
I think we did a historian and mentioned this.
Maybe that. An explosion Wednesday at the mysterious Georgia Guidestones in Elberton, Georgia, has caused significant damage to the stones. The preliminary information indicates that someone detonated an explosive device around 4 a.m. on Wednesday.
Don't they call it like the American Stonehenge?
They do.
Yeah.
Sheriff's office found the explosion destroyed a large portion of the structure. The Guidestones sit on a site 7 miles north of Elberton and are often referred to as an American Stonehenge. Christopher Kubas, the executive vice president of the Elberton Granite Association, said the organization has a role in the maintenance and preservation of the Guidestones. The capstone piece, he said, has been damaged, and I'm sure that the other 3 wings and the center support probably have damage to them as well. It's like a big explosion.
Yep.
Each one of the wings, he said, is 16 feet 4 inches tall. It's 1.7 inches thick, and it's 6 feet 6 inches wide. They weigh about 42,000 pounds each. There was 24 surveillance cameras installed on the site a few years ago after incidents of vandalism. He said the stones have messages on them, guides for humanity. Some people find them offensive. Some people don't. Over the years, we've had messages spray painted on the Guidestones. It is a major tourist attraction for that area. There's not much in the area. The site has been ground for controversy related to religion and what the Guidestones may or may not symbolize. So it's an unusual set of granite monoliths that have a mystery for numerous visitors who visit the site. This is just kind of synopsis of what these Guidestones are. The monument displays a 10-part message espousing the conservation of mankind and future generations in 12 languages. The Guidestones also serve as an astronomical calendar, and every day at noon, the sun shines through a narrow hole in the structure and illuminates the day's date on an engraving. The names of 4 ancient languages are inscribed on the sides near the top: Babylonian, Classical Greek, Sanskrit, and Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Guidestones are mysterious in origin, for no one knows the identity of a group or sponsor who provided its specifications. And when we talked about this, I went through the details of how this mysterious person set all this up so they can never be identified.
Right.
And they paid these very specific people to do this job.
Yeah, and the upkeep.
And it's supposed to be a guide for, should there be some kind of cataclysmic, thank you, cataclysmic event that takes place, and we kind of have to start from scratch or something like that.
Sort of
So-
a document, if you will. But yeah,
somebody didn't like it, and they set a bomb up.
When you don't like things, you should probably blow them up, right?
I guess that's what they think. So yeah, I thought it was pretty strange. Their whole existence is strange.
Yeah.
But the fact that somebody bombed it is pretty bizarre. So it'll be interesting to find out who did that if they can. Here's a good story. 16-year-old jumped into a river in Mississippi to save 3 teenage girls and a police officer from drowning after a car drove off a boat launch. Corian Evans rushed into the water after the vehicle with 3 girls inside drove into the Pascagoula River and started sinking about 20 feet from the shore. He helped save a police officer who swam out to help but started to struggle in the water. The chief of police, Brandon Ashley, wrote in an email that the 3 girls and the police officer are recovering well. He called Evans' actions heroic and said that his courage did not go unnoticed. He said, I believe that if he did not decide to risk his own safety, it may have turned into an unimaginable tragedy.
That's pretty amazing.
But we're grateful for Mr. Evans' selflessness and bravery he displayed in helping rescue people stranded in the river. So
Now, don't Delaware police have jurisdiction over that?
I do not know.
Yeah.
But this kid jumped in without thinking about it.
That's
So
amazing.
Good for him. All right, and then finally, this is in Apopka, Florida. I don't know where that is. Police officer was reportedly charged with a DUI after he was pulled over in a marked patrol vehicle on his way to work Monday. Oscar Mayorga was pulled over by officers after they saw him driving recklessly. When he was pulled over, police saw Mayorga had an open beer can in the car's center cup holder, and he also smelled of alcohol. When officers asked him to get out of the car for a sobriety test, he couldn't keep his balance and almost fell over several times. At that point, Magora told officers that he had 3 tall boys before his shift. He was going into work.
God.
They arrested him on a DUI charge. Mayorga, who has been with the APD for 5 years, has been placed on a paid administrative leave at this point.
Yeah.
And there you go, your bizarre file for you. All right. I think it's our final Thor's Day prize to give away. And we're going to take caller number. Did I already give it away? No, I have one left, right? Oh, the prize sheet's missing.
Well,
All right.
we'll find it.
All right, so we'll take caller number 11 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you a $60 Fandango code and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and mini poster. And don't forget, the Marvel Studios Thor Love and Thunder is in theaters everywhere tomorrow. So caller 11, 215-263-WMMR. You get it. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Lesson question, trash, music news, all that stuff coming up.
Response signal filed to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
5th one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No,
but-
tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah, do it again.
You said Randy
Is this,
Newman.
Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky, looking stocky. Don't mock him, just rock him.
Wow.
Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U, as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands from Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, you can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like
bottle
lipstick.
say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And, that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week. Okay. Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums,
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah, he said it. Milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
I'm going to do that again. And we'll only get one more. We'll only get one more day of that, folks. And you know what? We had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one
good
of my
stuff.
absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with.
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
burning.
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of.
Well, what do you?
No, that's okay. I feel like
okay?
you need it.
All right.
I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Sir, what are we going to do here today?
Okay. We're
we did the full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone,
guys like
Kathy.
that?
You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as.
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
This
what
is
I'm
like
gonna
a
do.
bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Man, is that cool? It's just like I love that. It's funny because you guys have asked this question a million times. Which do you like better? Right now, I like Godfather 2 better,
Right,
because
yeah.
I just saw the estate and was thinking about Fredo and Michael. But man, that's a cool spot too.
Nice.
Yeah, it was
excellent.
fun.
Very good. So he'll be back on Monday or
On
Tuesday?
Monday, yes.
He's
I believe Monday. I think
Sometimes he does that extra day thing.
I think he said he's flying back on Sunday.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see if he makes it back. All right, lesson question time. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Dom Irera Friday, July 22nd. He's going to be at Live Casino and Hotel in Philadelphia. The question we have to ask this morning is, what was Ronald Reagan's catchphrase on Happy Days? 215-263-WMMR. You got to know this if you were listening earlier this morning. What was Ronald Reagan's catchphrase on Happy Days? 215-263-WMMR. Let's find out.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Penn Distributor, and the 35th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour is on Sunday, July 24th. You can help support families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Register today at ben2shore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Elon Musk and his kids had a special audience with Pope Francis last week, during which they chatted briefly and took some pictures. Afterwards, Musk presented the Pope with a Tesla Pope-mobile, which the pontiff was able to get up to 180 miles an hour. It's amazing. R. Kelly is suing the Brooklyn Detention Center, claiming that they have placed him on suicide watch, even though he has no intentions of hurting himself. Kelly says because of the restrictions, he missed out on a toilet wine mixer and the Sadie Hawkins dance.
Oh, my God.
He's just upset. And finally, Richard Gere selling his 50-acre Westchester, New York estate for $25 million. The compound comes with its own private beach, an island you can reach by rowboat, and a super private entrance known only to Kathy Romano. That's your Hollywood Trash.
It's her crush, you know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to this question. What was Ronald Reagan's catchphrase on Happy Days? And we are going to go to Taylor. Hey, Taylor.
Hey, guys.
All right, buddy, do me a favor. Tell me Ronald Reagan's catchphrase on Happy Days.
It was nibble my bag.
Nibble on my bag. Yeah. That is correct. Hang on, Taylor. You got it right? That means you get tickets to see Dom Irera Friday, July 22nd, live casino and hotel Philadelphia. Showtime is 8 p.m. and tickets start at $30. On sale now via AXS.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I like big balls.
Brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. You can stop by your Rita's today and register to win a Shark and Ray encounter for 4 at Adventure Aquarium. Done that before. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Enter via QR or code on promotional poster. I think it should be enter via QR code on promotional poster. So there you go. Mentioned this earlier. Wolfgang Van Halen is engaged to his girlfriend, Andrea Alsop, I believe is how you pronounce her name, after dating for 6 years.
Is she a model or something?
I don't know. She's attractive.
Yeah.
She announced the news on Instagram saying she said yes, posting a photo of he and Alsop with her showing off her ring. Wolf's mom, Valerie Bertinelli, reacted to the news saying, "How do I love this a million times? So happy." So good for him.
She's going to get grandkids.
Good for him.
Italian mom.
She's a software engineer.
Okay. An attractive software engineer. Machine Gun Kelly opens up about his ongoing beef with Slipknot's Corey Taylor in his new documentary, Life in Pink. And
Could there be more boring music battle?
He seems to regret the very public feud. They each verbally attacked each other over a collaboration they did for Kelly's Tickets to My Downfall album, which didn't make the cut. But now MGK says I should just have picked up the phone and been like, "Hey, dude, why would you say that?" But instead, we all acted ridiculous. Both acts were on the bill at Riot Fest in Chicago last September when the issue escalated. And apparently Kelly had criticized Slipknot on stage and claimed that Taylor was bitter over the thwarted collaboration. For his part, Taylor reportedly insulted Machine Gun Kelly in a February 2021 interview. In the new Hulu documentary, Kelly said, "That situation's unfortunate because I think both of us let our egos get in the way. I was a fan of Slipknot. I was a fan of Corey. That's why I'd asked him to get on Tickets to My Downfall. He obviously had mutual respect, too, because he cut a verse. I kind of tried to give notes back like, this wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Can we try this?" And respectfully, he was like, no. And I was like, okay, cool. So we didn't use it. And then I heard him on a podcast.
This was like the battle between Zoolander and Hansel.
Yeah.
And when they finally said to each other that they were sorry they had been whack, they made nice and everything was good.
And maybe that's happening here.
Yeah.
We'll see. Travis Barker is back to work on following his unexpected stay in the hospital. He posted online that he is feeling much better. On Tuesday, the drummer was photographed walking outside his studio in Calabasas. Just 1 week ago, he was diagnosed with life-threatening pancreatitis. Hours before being admitted, he went in for an endoscopy and later developed excruciating pain. He suggested that it was due to a medical error. So
I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
See if anything comes from that. So Sammy Hagar has confirmed to TMZ that he's earned more money from his non-musical endeavors than he has from rock.
Yeah.
It was transcribed that some of the Red Rockers chat in which he clarified his fortunes were made mainly earned away from the stage. He said, "It's true. Yes, it's absolutely true. It's what has made it so great for me." He said, "I'm telling you guys, I swear by this. If you get lucky enough to be successful outside of music, it makes it so much better in your elder years." He said, like now I'm in my 70s and I'm still going and playing music. And you know why? Because I don't have to do it for a living. I don't have to make it my business. So I can pay my band more than they can make playing with anyone else. They're happy, and so they're happy to play with me. And we all walk out on stage, and we're happy to do it because we don't have to do it. Hagar, who sold his full stake in his Cabo Wabo tequila back in 2010 for around $85 million.
Oh, man.
And is still very involved with his ongoing brands of rum and tequila, went on to say, "A lot of people are doing music for money. They go out, they punch a clock. So we do it for fun. It's almost like we're in a garage band again because I make my living another way, and music is something I just love to do. But if someone said, hey, you're going to play 150 shows this year, I'd tell them I quit because I know I would get pissed off, and I'd be saying, I got to do a show tonight, man. That's a great boxing match on, or I'd want to take my wife out and go to have a nice dinner." So it is really transformed his
Doesn't he
life.
have his own sort of like bar chain? Or
Yeah, there was. I don't know how many there are or how well that's doing, but he did. I forgot what it was called. Might have been like Red Rockers or something like that. But all right, and then one final story. Queen's Brian May says that fans shouldn't hold out hope that bassist John Deacon would ever perform or record with the band again. Deacon, who's now 70, remains a virtual recluse. Deacon, a father of 6 who has been married for 47 years, is said to be worth over $130 million.
So he's cool.
And was responsible for writing such classics for the band such as You're My Best Friend, I Want to Break Free, and chart-topping Another One Bites the Dust, not to mention that legendary bass line on Under Pressure. He remains a full quarter partner in the band, yet retired in 1997. And he was asked, Brian May was asked if John Deacon would ever rejoin him and Roger Taylor. He said, I think not. Of course, we love John, and we always will. But we don't have any significant contact with him now, and that's the way he wants it. He wanted to cut that tie and to be a private person, and we have to respect that. I don't think that it would be easy for John to slip back into the arena that we inhabit. In fact, a couple of times we've asked him, but he always says, no, that's not what I do now, and we have to respect that John doesn't want to do it. So
there.
He's on with his life.
Yeah.
He's moved on. And
It's not hurting for cash.
Yeah, it's something he did, and he just has no interest in it anymore. That's all I have in music news. We have a final break to take. We're going to do that. We're going to come back in a second, tell you about what's coming up on tomorrow's program, turn it over to Brent Porsche, get the letter day for the Word of the Week prize. That stuff is on the way.
Preston and Steve.
That's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay,
I thought you were going to be
It's just a hand.
using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
No, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck
like,
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing
size
voice.
of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God.
Oh my
What
God.
are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh
alive.
my God. She poured like an
going
9 ounces.
down
it's
my
going
neck.
down his neck.
And rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it
glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
Ew,
disgusting.
the condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it?
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this. or
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know.
Where-
It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if.
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
Says the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. No. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy,
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
You want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
Well, so-
I don't care who owns it.
All right,
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's
Well,
the deal.
somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I had
do a whole Preston and Steve show presence there because it's a big thing.
And it draws great crowds. And just Phoenixville is such a pretty strip of shops and everything down there. And they, when they close it down, they have parties and stuff like that. It's just a blast. So that's coming up. In fact, you can get the details at thecolonialtheater.com. And great to have Adam Ferrara on.
Yeah.
Adam's at Soul Joel's in Royersford on Sunday at 6 p.m. You can get tickets at adamferrara.com. Always great to catch up with him, and always great to see Brent Porsche.
Hey, good morning.
Nice to see you, sir.
You as well, thanks.
Got a couple more days in the midday shift,
Yes,
right?
sir, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, before we find out what's up, letter of the day.
Yep.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
By the letter U, as in ukulele.
All right, we have one more to go tomorrow, and then we will give away a 4-pack of pit tickets to see Dead and Company Sunday, July 10th at Citizens Bank Park. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and complete details at WMMR.com. Brent, you're a metalhead. You like the heavy stuff. What do you think of the Dead?
Grateful Dead?
Yeah.
Or the Dead in general? Yeah, I've seen them. I like them.
You like them? Okay. I wasn't sure if they were your cup of
I
tea
like
or not.
everything except for country. I can palate pretty much anything.
I'm
except
with
for
you on
country.
that, too.
Yeah. But I like the outlaw country. I'll do the Willie and the Johnny and all that kind of stuff.
Like
all
the
that.
Highwaymen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe
I dig
some
that.
Southern rock country or something like that.
Zach Brown Band is fantastic. They're
Marshall
one of the
Tucker?
newer bands I really dig. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you get into the
Skinner.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
I like
yeah.
Skinner too.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Well, what's up on your program today?
Speaking of metal, it's Sinister Gate's birthday, so we're doing a block of Avenged Sevenfold coming up at noon. Today was actually the final live show from Led Zeppelin, going back to 1980, 42 years ago. So we're doing a block of Zeppelin. Beck's birthday's tomorrow, so we're going to do a block of Beck. We're celebrating Sid Barrett in the 2 o'clock hour. We lost him a number of years ago on this day, and the coffee break is coming up shortly.
Nice.
Excellent. You may want to come in. Let me thank our sponsors first, real quick. Dunkin' Donuts brought to you today. The program is, and it's the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And also Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors, Acme official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Porsche, Coheed and Cambria will be here in our studio.
That's going to be killer.
Are they playing tomorrow?
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Dude.
Wow.
That's awesome. So another live music event happening here on the Preston and Steve Show. We'll also have comedian Adrienne Iapalucci in the studio, and we'll do all our Friday things tomorrow. So that is it. We're done. Rage on, and have yourself a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.